Unsure. Okay, we need these.
Good evening. Happy New Year. Welcome to the first council meeting of 2014. The council met in closed session, took no action. And now we move on to the call to order and the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Could I have a motion for approval of the agenda and affidavit of posting? Is there a second? Bragman, Reed. All in favor? Aye. Great. We did the closed session announcement. We have the meeting protocol, which is on the agenda, which I all hope you have a copy of. Let's move on to announcements. The Fairfax Food Pantry, it's important that we say this at every meeting, is open between 9 and 11 at the Fairfax Community Church downtown on Drake. Volunteers always needed. We continue to have a vacancy on the Affordable Housing Committee. Applications at Town Hall and Town website. This is very important. If anybody does have a particular expertise in the area of affordable housing, we really, really would love you to step forward and join a very important committee. On top of that, I do have an important announcement that I would like to make, and an unpleasant one, I'm afraid. For those who noticed in the IJ or have heard it around the neighborhood, Louis Vaccaro, the grandson of Lou Vaccaro, suffered with his friends a terrible injury over the holidays. Louis was here just at, I think, our last council meeting, sort of picking up the banner that his grandfather has held for so many decades of commenting on public affairs here, and he was welcome, and so much because he was seeming to carry that important voice forward as his grandfather was going into retirement. There is going to be on February 8th at the Deer Park Villa and at various music venues around town, so far 19 Broadway, Sleeping Lady, Naves Perry's, music and fundraising. And so I would encourage everyone who's here in the room, those who are watching on the tube, to think about setting aside the evening of February 8th and attending one of these very important fundraisers. His medical costs will be significant. I also bring bad tidings. I'm afraid, although we remain extremely hopeful for a very quick recovery, our poet laureate Kay Ryan suffered a terrible injury when hit by a car riding her bicycle last day or so. And she is in intensive care, but I understand this evening that recovery, I want to say, is certain. It just will be long, and so I know that I extend the wishes and prayers of the town for a quick and speedy recovery. And with that, are there any other announcements that anybody would like to make? Hearing none, we'll move on to open time. This is the opportunity for folks to get up, share your thoughts with us on anything that is not on the agenda for this evening. And with that, please step up to the microphone, hit the little button until you see the red thing, give us your name and address, and 3 minutes. Thanks.
Good evening. I'm Jody Timms, 290 Cascade, and I stand before you as the representative of the town of Fairfax on the Commission on Aging. And I just wanted to give you a brief update on a few things I've been working on in that capacity. Something I'm really excited about, working with Michelle and the website thank you, for the town of Fairfax. I put together a 2-page handout that has all the most important phone numbers and websites for seniors who might want information on food, housing, socializing, exercising, transportation, and other really critical links. So I just want you to check the website at some point if you have time, or anybody listening who's a senior in Fairfax or knows a senior in Fairfax who might want resources and support around any of those topics. If you go to our website, on the very bottom on the right corner, it says Information for Seniors, and that will send you to this link with about 30 other links and phone numbers. So I'm just really glad to have that for seniors. At some point, I'd love to mail it to our seniors, but that's another topic. I serve on the commission as the chair of the planning committee, which is working to update that, the county's plan for its seniors. And so we'll be working on that over this next few months. And you probably know The Great Age is the newsletter of the commission, and it comes out quarterly, and I brought a few of those to have maybe in the town hall, so in the city hall, so people could pick them up. So just a quick update and report. Thanks.
Visit us often, Jody.
Tony Udis, 7 Forest Terrace, Fairfax. Well, I've been a resident here for 50 years, and I want to talk about an issue in which is facing this town, and the idea is tourism and what it means to us as a community. And as I see it, it means a lot more noise, more pollution, and more congestion of our community. And that brings up a concern because this is our home, and right now it seems like it's been turned into a playground for the Bay Area to come play in. And in this, you know, the quality of life here in town is not getting any better by having more cars here and more noise here and, you know, encouraging this in any way. The idea of the congestion of our community is like when I want to come down and be able to come downtown and use the town on the weekend, I can't even find a place to park. So, you know, I really encourage people at home to talk to the council members too and let them know what they think about the idea of tourism in our community and what it means to their home. You know, I'm thinking that, you know, I've been here for 50 years, and what all the people that I've grown up with and contributed to this town is now being sold as a place to come party in. And I really don't find that appealing. This is really a family town. It's not about partying. And I think a lot of that is going on here, and we're inviting more and more people here. And it just gets more noisier, and it ends up costing us as a taxpayer as well, because we have to keep this in line with the police department, the fire department, and the public works to keep things clean. So we have our quality diminished here as far as our homes, and we also pay for it. So I think that tourism in the future really needs to be looked at quite deeply here, and what we're looking at in the future of doing coming up here in this town around the town element. Thank you.
Bob Stemple, 42 Porteous. I'd like to request that the town council direct resources or staffing to clarify a sentence in the municipal code. It is contained in the noise control chapter, and it basically says that there's a table in the chapter that specifies what decibel levels are threshold for excessive noise, depending on the zoning or depending on the time of day. There's a sentence immediately above that that says that if the nature of the noise is determined to be, among other things, music or speech, that level on the table should be reduced by 5 decibels. I want to make clear that I'm not asking for a change in the municipal code, nor am I asking for the code to be applied indiscriminately or in my favor. I just want an interpretation so that that particular sentence will be enforced. I have somebody here who will yield their time, and I have copies of this sentence. It's only one sentence. If you'd like me to pass out a copy, I have one for each of you.
Actually, give it to the clerk, and of course, this is open time, so we can't respond to your query, but certainly the manager and our town attorney will take a look at this and get back to you on this.
Okay, I understand that, and I would appreciate if I could get written response to the determination.
I don't see why not.
Okay.
Actually, if I may, Mr. Mayor, we actually are planning to report back to the council in February on the Deer Park noise issue.
This is not related to Deer Park noise issue.
No, I understand that,
Yeah.
Mr. Stemple, but I'm just saying within that, we can have that discussion related to that one section of the code.
I would request that the municipal code as it stands has a particular stipulation, has got nothing to do with an individual Deer Park, that's got nothing to do with me. It is, if I understand correctly, is currently not being enforced because of an ambiguity, and I'm just asking that that be clarified irregardless of any relationship to Deer Park Villa or myself.
Okay, but we'll fold it into the conversation
Okay.
when the manager brings it back in a month.
And this is going to be brought up,
The next council meeting is February 5th.
and this is is this on the agenda?
It'll be on the agenda.
Okay, fine, thank you. So I still request that if there is any other, so there will not be determination until then?
No,
Oh,
I
that's
think it'd
correct.
be appropriate to be part
Okay.
of the council discussion.
Okay, great. Do I need to give a copy then to the, okay.
Happy New Year. My name is Valerie Hood, 79 Dominga, and I'm here to promote a film called Take Back Your Power. We're doing a special free screening in San Rafael Sunday, February 2nd at 3 p.m. The doors open at 2:45. We'll be having a question and answer with Josh Hart from StopSmartMeters.org and Antoinette Stein, who's a public health commissioner. It'll be at the San Rafael Community Center at 618 B Street next to Safeway. And it's an expose on smart meters and the smart grid. And let's see, what did I want to say? I have flyers if anyone wants them. And also, if anybody needs more information, you can find me in the back. It's a brilliant Canadian filmmaker, indignant and puzzled when a woman friend became ill after smart meter installation in British Columbia, wanted to know how this could happen, where the decisions were made about such a harmful device and program. His investigation led him to the production of a full-length feature that looks at not only health and safety issues, but the environment, privacy, surveillance, corporate, government fraud, and cybersecurity. And on that note, our Marin County Board of Supervisors passed a resolution concerning smart meters that is due to expire at the end of January. So I'd like to ask everyone here to please contact their supervisors and urge them to renew it. Their resolution protects all the citizens in unincorporated Marin, and that includes unincorporated Fairfax, because they're not protected by our ordinance. And thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Steve Power from 361 Forest in Fairfax. I'd just like to refer to the General Plan Appendix TCA LC Bank Roadway Improvement. As a local resident, I was just notified of this. I'd like this improvement plan to be brought before the voters somehow on the agenda, or however we could put that on the public forum. That's all I got to say. Thanks.
Sir, I can tell you that in Fairfax, if we wish to put a stop, I'm only being a little facetious here, if we want to move a stop sign 6 inches, we have full public discussion. Something as massive as the LC Bank conversation, you can rest assured that there would be hours of discussion about it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good evening. My name is Dana Rose. I live in San Francisco. I've come to Fairfax many times to get signatures on petitions and talk about healthcare issues. The reason I came here today, I wanted to just talk about the high rates of cancer, breast cancer in Marin. Marin, I'm reading from at one time it was thought Marin had the highest rates of breast cancer in the entire world. It turned out not to be quite the highest when they redid the numbers with the new census data. It's not a contest anybody would want to win. A lot of it was coming from women taking hormone replacement therapy, synthetic estrogen. Here's an editorial from the AMA from 1 year after it was synthesized saying, don't put this stuff on the market. The possibility of carcinoma induced by estrogens cannot be ignored. Here's another one from a top researcher at Yale, Edgar Allen, 1941, saying estrogen was a very important factor in cervical cancer in a mouse study, not an incidental one. In Marin, usage of hormone replacement therapy, which includes synthetic estrogen, dropped dramatically as a result of a large study called Women's Health Initiative, which came out, I think it was 2002. Usage dropped 66% in Marin, and invasive breast cancer went down an astounding 33% in 2 or 3 years. That's amazing. Again, the drug companies were told, do not put this stuff on the market. It's not ready for public general consumption until we do the necessary tests. As a result of WHI and the huge drop in breast cancer, we were told, even though it's terrible, women were getting more breast cancer, at least it is a milder form of cancer. That turned out not to be true. These are documents I'd like to leave with the meeting. The study done published in JAMA in 2010 by Rowan Shabowski, he's a doctor at USC, said women taking HRT who developed breast cancer, it was very aggressive, had a 96% greater likelihood of dying from the breast cancer. So this is the research. I believe cancer and breast cancer is largely preventable. In Thailand, Laos, and Cambodia, they have 1/20th, 5% of our breast and prostate cancer rate. When they move here, they catch up to us quickly in a generation or two. So it is not anything genetic. It is diet and lifestyle. I believe we could dramatically lower rates of cancer. Rates of breast cancer are still high, also prostate cancer in Marin. I think it's 155 in Marin per 100,000. In the United States, it's 120 or 122. I think in California, it's 122. Rates are still high. So I can wrap this up if that's what you're saying. Yeah. So rates are still high. I believe it can be brought down. That's one of the reasons I come here. I'm getting enormous harassment for talking about this, especially since the 2010 study showing how aggressive it is. They are cutting the spokes of my bicycle. I fix them. They keep cutting them. They never leave a card to say who they are. They're cut in the middle. When bike spokes break, it's at the end. When I came out to talk at Bioneers, somebody put something in my coffee. I had massive diarrhea. I couldn't control it. People should know this. If they're going to poison people for talking about these issues, people should know this. And last thing, they're threatening me and my family constantly. There's somebody who lives in my building in San Francisco. He wears a shirt which says Brooklyn in it. When he is at the top of the stairs, I see every day.
I'm really going to have to end it. As important as it is, and thank you so much for traveling all the way across. But please leave all of that literature with the clerk, who will photocopy it and or send it out to us.
Good.
Okay? She's right there.
I will return next month and continue talking about this.
Please do.
Good evening. My name is Craig Slater, 28-year resident of Fairfax, and I used to work with Marin Peace and Justice Coalition until I realized that all the issues I was working on had to do with corporate power and with democracy. So I want to say a few things about how I think Fairfax can, especially in regard to the issue at hand regarding Chevron, address the systems of power that make it so hard for democracy to exist. I'm the Marin County co-coordinator of Move to Amend to establish a 28th Amendment that would declare that money is not speech and cannot be used as a form of political expression in the form of monetary contributions, as well as abolishing the legal fallacy of corporate personhood. Corporate personhood is basically a perversion of our legal system. I feel like we're gradually coming out from thousands, hundreds, eons of inequality. This country was founded by old white men with property. We're now at a place where we have the capacity to create a new society where all people are equal, where the rights of all people are affirmed, but not if the fallacy of corporate personhood exists. And that's written into, to some degree, our Constitution, legal precedent and continues in the form of Chevron being able to abuse the legal system, South America, a 19-year trial, billions of dollars. It's Monsanto. It's the oil companies being able to rig policy. And they do it through many means, but most of it has to do with constitutional rights that are inappropriately assumed by corporate lawyers. So in closing, I'd like to, the positive thing coming out of all of this is that there are ways to oppose corporate personhood, and that is with community rights legislation and rights of nature legislation. The national constitutions of Ecuador and Bolivia now include provisions that give ecosystems and species the capacity to stand in a court and present evidence in defense of themselves. Right now, that isn't happening in any court. Why is that? Because we have these antiquated systems which do not even understand that all people are created equal. We are not there yet. When corporate personhood is abolished, then we will have equality for all people. Right now, we have super corporations, super people. They aren't. And so I would hope that as Fairfax goes forward in trying to address any issue that whether it's stop the spray or GMOs or smart meters or drone aircraft, whether it's war or peace, economic, it all gets down to the power of corporations versus the power of people. And people are doing stuff. The city of Santa Monica has sustainability laws, which basically enables them to, and this is a year ago, they developed, kind of around the rights of nature, they've included this concept to some degree in some laws that they passed about a year ago.
Craig, I'm going to have to.
Okay. All right.
But it's a longer discussion.
It's a much longer discussion, yeah.
Form a group, come back, we'll give you more time.
Well, we have a group, it's called Move to Amend,
Okay.
700 members in Marin, and see us down the road. This is a long-term movement of standing up to corporate power. And we do it by showing up in town, but I wish it didn't get to this. I wish we didn't have to even deal in a public forum with
Right.
corporations who are not people.
Got it. Thank you. Any other public comment? Seeing none, we'll quickly move on to the town manager's report. Garrett.
Great. One thing I'd like to let the public know is on January 29th, we're going to have a
do that
workshop
after.
to discuss bridges, and the 4 bridges are Spruce, Marin, Creek, and Canyon Bridge. The town's actually just starting the process of going through what the type of improvements would be, and we're having a community workshop here at the Women's Center at 6:30 on January 29th. And what I'd like to do now is turn it over to our Planning and Building Services Director for a quick report on a couple projects.
Thank you, Garrett.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, members of the council, and members of the public, both here and watching at home on the live stream. And since I might have a couple of relatives in the island of New Caledonia in the South Pacific watching live tonight, where it's already Thursday afternoon, a big hello and aloha to Meryl, Jessica, Alora, and Kiana. Okay, so at last month's meeting, if you recall, we held a nuisance abatement hearing on 76 Spruce, where you directed the property owner to come in with an application to formalize the existing second unit on the property. I'm happy to report that we are in receipt of that application. Second, if you recall, in a prior nuisance abatement hearing, you directed the owner of 159 Willow to remedy certain things at the property via a list that was created, and the building official will be reporting back to you on the improvements at that property at your next meeting on February 5th.
Whoa, hold on one second. So there are people who would have been here tonight to comment upon that, but you're telling me that we do not have a report on the, I'd say half a dozen, 60-day mandatory gotta fix it items?
If I may, we're planning to bring that back to you on February with a status report. But our position is they are progressing, but they're going to need more time, and so we're going to bring that back to the council on February 5th.
Do I look happy? I'm not happy on behalf of the people of Willow Ave, who specifically got this council and staff to set out a timeline of dates, 30, 60, 90 days to get these done. And this government promised them that we would come back at 30, 60, 90 days and tell them exactly where we were in progress. So I understand that we have a lot of work, and I understand all of that, but it's not as if this has sprung us as a bit of a surprise. So I don't expect you to create one out of thin air right now, but we will be having a conversation over the next day or two.
I guess, unfortunately, I thought I brought it. I could have given you a report, but I left it in the office.
I tell you what,
Sorry.
I'll give you a call tomorrow, and then you can tell me, and I will tell them.
I apologize. Thank you.
Anything else in the manager's report?
Well, are you done? Okay. Not in the manager, but maybe in the attorney's report. I just wanted to point out, we already do something that the Brown Act now requires that we actually do, and that's record the actual vote in the minutes of how every council member voted. So as opposed to saying a motion passed 3-2, for example, we now have to say motion passed 3-2 with, the names of the council members who voted for it and the names of the council members who voted against it. So that's something that the clerk will be doing.
Larry?
Garrett, could I just ask you, there's a crosswalk on Center that goes from the Fair Anselm or Fairfax Plaza to the Good Earth, and the lights have not been activating for many, many months. This was actually brought up by Council Member O'Neill quite some time ago, and I was wondering if we could get some kind of a progress report on that next month or at our next meeting.
Yeah, we can do that. We are actually planning to come back to the council with a progress report on all of Center Street and potential improvements related to the trees, and we can report on the in-ground flashing light system too.
It just seems now that the sun's going down a lot earlier, to have that crosswalk there and not have the lights working seems to be a dangerous condition.
Yeah, we'll come back with an analysis. It's really expensive to replace the in-ground lights. Maybe we come up with an alternative flashing system. The blinking lights inside, but you're talking about the in-ground lights.
Yes.
Right. Those are very costly, but we'll come back with an actual number.
It's going to be more costly if something happens.
With that, we'll move on to council reports and comments. If we have a large audience, so I would ask myself, paramount among all of us, to keep it perhaps to a minute very quickly. Let's start, John.
Okay. I'll try to take that personally or whatever. I usually take this opportunity to tell people about what's going on. Sorry about that. Let me see. I attended a bunch of different meetings. The TAM board, I went to one of those. Several fire board meetings. We're looking for a new fire chief, and it looks like we've got one at this point. Interviews and whatnot. Chamber meetings, and the GPIC meeting in this room, of which you will receive a report on February 5th. And holiday potluck meeting in this room, which was a great event as usual. So thanks.
Barbara?
I have no meetings to report due to the holidays, but I do want to mention I reached out to Marin Municipal Water District Director Lisa Cross regarding concerns regarding water supply and demand and what I perceive to be limited action by the district. I received a thoughtful reply regarding their now more aggressive public education campaign and their progress towards possible rationing and how these decisions are made. As a result of our contact, Ms. Cross has volunteered to provide an update at the next or subsequent council meeting on the Marin Municipal Water District and their thoughts towards rationing and next steps. So I believe we will be scheduling for February 5th or soon after. Thank you.
Just had one meeting where I actually attended for Mayor Weinsoff at the fire board. with Councilmember Reed, and other than that, no meetings. Good thing.
Renee.
Sorry, a little close. It was a holiday festive time, so the town did partake in the chamber holiday party, and the youth commission put on their first event here in the Women's Club, where we decorated the club with youth art and celebrated the revival of youth and creativity in our town. I attended a county zero waste meeting where we're talking about extended producer responsibility in San Rafael, who has passed an ordinance approving the paint care program, which is a extended producer responsibility program where they're taking back the paint, and the manufacturer and producers are responsible for the front and back end of their product. We're also talking about sharps and pharmaceuticals with more detail. There was a craft fair. It was a zero waste event, I think as close as we've come. We captured everything that was discarded. And then I flew off to Siberia, Russia, and learned how things are done very differently in other parts of the world. So I'm glad to be home. You went to Siberia? Yep, by train, half the way across Russia. And it's a different world. I'm grateful to be home and grateful to be here right now.
I'll be touching upon the chamber issue in a second. Attended a few of those meetings. Flood Zone 9 is meeting on a very regular basis, and as your representative, I attend those, and also with John, what seemed like an endlessly important series of meetings that appears to have resulted in our getting a brand new fire chief who, once he clears all of the employment things and says goodbye to his old job, hopefully will be here in March, and he'll come by and visit with us, and we'll introduce him to you. Let me just suggest, because you're all here wondering when we're going to get to the Chevron matter, we have a very brief presentation that should take no more, I trust, than 10 minutes on Prop 13 reform, important. We then have the consent calendar to address, hopefully, again, very quickly, and then we'll get to the Chevron issue as our first substantive matter of the evening under public hearings. So with that, the Prop 13 report.
Good evening. My name is Ian Fregosi. I'm an organizer with Evolve. We're a local grassroots nonprofit that works to increase funding for public education in California. And I'm excited to be here tonight to talk about why we are working to reform Prop 13. So thank you all very much for having me. And also thank you to the Evolve members who are in attendance tonight. We believe that our state should address the drastic budget cuts that local governments have had to endure by increasing revenue, not by continuing to make cuts or by increasing the already high tax burden on individuals and working families. We know the fairest way to increase revenue is by reforming Prop 13. I say reform Prop 13, not repeal. Prop 13 was meant to protect people, and it should remain in place to protect people. The reform we are advocating for will not change Prop 13 for homeowners, people who rent homes, apartment owners, apartment renters, or small businesses. Our campaign is focused on making large, non-residential commercial properties pay their fair share. Unlike residential properties, large commercial properties rarely ever change hands. So they are rarely if ever reassessed. So the system that was set up to benefit people has actually benefited large corporations the most. For example, the Walt Disney Corporation is still paying property taxes based on its 1975 value. This equates to about 5 cents per square foot, while the average California homeowner is paying about 40 cents per square foot for their property. Not only do homeowners have to pay 8 times more in property taxes than the Walt Disney Corporation, but our cash-deprived state is also losing out on millions of dollars every year in desperately needed revenue from just one property. This isn't fair. Michael Dell, the founder of Dell Computers and one of the richest people in the world, bought a hotel in Santa Monica in 2006. But to avoid paying property taxes at fair market rate, he split up the purchase of the hotel between his wife and two business partners. They did this because under Prop 13, a property only technically changes hands if a new owner owns more than 50% of the property. So by splitting a commercial property up amongst multiple entities, corporations and wealthy individuals can avoid paying their fair share. Because of a loophole in Prop 13 that clearly can only benefit commercial property owners, one of the richest people in the world was able to shortchange LA County by over $1 million a year in property taxes. There are many more examples just like these that illustrate why Prop 13, as it stands now, has not been the best policy for California. But you don't have to take my word for it. Just look at the 49 other states in the country. Not one of them in 36 years has passed a Prop 13 of their own. Not even states dominated by Tea Party Republicans have followed California's lead on this. The way our system is set up now is unfair to our schools, our kids, working families, new businesses, and has forced local governments to increase regressive taxes and fees just to make ends meet. It's time for a responsible reform. By simply having commercial property owners pay their fair share, we can bring back at least $6 billion every year for our schools and public services without increasing the burden on California's working families. This is a stable and reliable revenue source we can count on, and the best and fairest way we can increase revenue for our state. I hope you will join the 43 other local elected bodies that have passed our resolution in support of this common sense reform. After 36 years, it's time to make Prop 13 work for people, not just corporations. Thank you.
Where are you going? We don't let you off that easy. Just so the public will know, if you look down at number 5 number 5 on the consent calendar, you'll see that that very resolution is going to be taken up by the council in just a few minutes. Does the council have any questions for Evolve? Does any members of the community have any questions they'd like to address to our speaker? Okay, you could have been sitting. You're all right. All right, thanks. With that, we will move on to the consent calendar. Comments from fellow council members on any items on the consent calendar?
Mayor?
Larry.
In regard to the trails letter to the open space district that Councilmember Reed and I put on, we did get a letter from Supervisor Adams, which basically set out some really promising changes to the proposal by the Marin County Open Space Commission. And we should probably, I think we did get a supplemental packet which addressed some of those things, so hopefully that'll get on the website. But any letter that we send to them should reflect the changes, acknowledge the changes, and it's just, a word to the public that this policy that the residents of Cascade and Deer Park are so concerned about seems like the Marin County Open Space Commission is listening These proposals have not been finalized yet, so there's still work to be done, but I think in our letter, we need to acknowledge that there have been some responsive changes to the situation.
I had concerns regarding the letter as stated. I think there's a lot of misinformation about the road and trail plan, and also if you read the Independent Journal today, there was an article on changes being proposed to the plan, and that the County Open Space District will be summarizing public comments and changes that they're making currently and next steps on the 23rd at a meeting. I think it's at 2:30 at the Civic Center. So I think before we send letters with significant concerns, we should really make more informed decisions, and maybe as a body get more involved our Open Space Committee, and I am one of the liaisons to that committee. So I think we should get more involved with the county, and I personally asked for a briefing with Supervisor Rice on the plan.
Yeah, well, having done a lot of this, yeah, I think that their response was the letter was written, based on their preliminary release of what they were going to do. We brought up a lot of comments that were heard from the community and the public, and I myself brought up. And I was very encouraged to see the letter from Supervisor Adams on the changes that they're bringing forth, and I'm looking forward to having a good plan for open space that reflects the needs and desires of the community and the open space itself. And, we need to take care of it. Should I comment to other things on the consent here? No, I would like, yes. Number 6, the surplus personal property thing. I have no problem with the cots, but I think there's some other issues in that. I'd like to push that back.
Well, the idea here is that we've been pushing it back for these many months, and that what the manager is suggesting is he come forward with a policy that we could then comment upon.
Well, the policy's in the packet.
Yeah, the policy is in the packet, and I have definite problems with that policy. I don't necessarily want to slow the meeting down by getting into it now, but if we pull this item, then we can talk to it later, unless you want me to bring it up right now.
No, if you want to pull it, it's our practice to pull it, but it'll go to the end of the meeting, and we may
That's
or
fine.
may not get to it.
There's some good reasons to have some oversight.
Then we
I
will
can
make
use
it
examples,
number,
yeah.
after number 7, we will move number, oh, good heavens, what number is it?
It'll be number 18.
Yes, and what number is it on the thing here? 6. So number 6 is being moved till after number 17.
That's fine.
Or as we might
And,
say around here, the 16th.
Can we do the same thing on number 13 then, please?
On the changes to the committee?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll take 13 and move that after the regular agenda as well.
Well, yeah, no
Okay.
problem. Thank you.
Renee?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a few comments. I don't think anything really needs to be pulled, but I wanted to make sure that it went onto the record. Number 9, the approval of the agricultural community event farmers market. I want it stated for the record that I'm going to request that there's enforcement made in accordance with Exhibit B, which has to do with the waste practices, and make sure that we have some oversight and some enforcement of some of the things that are detailed in that exhibit. Number 11, to revise the composition of the Town Measure A's advisory committee, and to ask that somewhere it be noted that it would be really important in my mind to have someone involved in that had some experience with working with the public commons, something that has to do with urban public spaces, given that we have several of those spaces that would be good to have some kind of planning. So if we could have some representation on that advisory committee with that coming from that perspective, I'd like to put that out there as we create this advisory committee. And lastly, the adoption of the resolution promoting voluntary water conservation efforts. I'd like to know if there was any measurement done in 2008 to see how voluntary conservation efforts work.
I could speak to that, actually, because that was my resolution back then, and I've sort of re-upped it for this time. I don't think it was very good at all. And so this time around, I figured I will find the shock troops to go out and make sure it works. So one of those way too early meetings with the Chamber of Commerce representatives was to give them a model letter and say, not only will you follow up with this, but will you actually work with the restaurant owners to actually put a little sign? And they said yes, they would. And so I'm anticipating that the chamber will take the actual lead with our merchants. Now, the restaurant, I'll just segue into this, that the amount of water that we're talking here that gets delivered to table is, infinitesimally less than leaving the tap on when you're brushing your teeth. It's the hope, however, that when you sit down in a restaurant in town, you're going to go, oh, wow, this is becoming a real issue right now. It's in my face. And all of us have to start finding ways that are convenient and inconvenient for us, each to find ways to cut back on the water now. And whether it's not just the low-hanging fruit like landscaping and things like that when the summertime comes along, but it's really that the question of shorter showers and on and on and on. And actually, when you go and you look on the MMWD website and also our state websites, and we are anticipating a governor's proclamation on this, there are numerous ways that each of us, in our own way, can add to the diminution of our use of water, which collectively, particularly here, is going to be quite important. It's going to become, I hope not, but it may become draconian soon. The sooner we begin to take personal responsibility is the amount of extra water that will stay in our reservoirs. I probably just could not overstate the importance of this. I think we're all seeing it. The front page article in today's IJ, I think, was stunningly scary about what's going on, and I think all of us could talk about this endlessly.
And possibly going forward to look at measurement and how effective it is to do this voluntarily versus talking about some really more teethy ways of encouraging people to do this conservation before we start throwing out things like desalination and all of these things, to really look at conservation from the roots.
I just certainly was not here back in the 70s, but I am told by those who were that a 50-gallon per person limit, I understand, there will be draconian things, and it will be imposed by those who are more powerful than us. So once again, Fairfax, slightly ahead of the curve. Mandating, please, for those of you who are watching on the tube as well, start with brushing your teeth tonight. Shut the darn water off. All right, let's move on. With that, moving those two items to after the regular agenda, or tomorrow morning as we might call it, do I have a motion to adopt the rest of the consent calendar? Yes. Any public? Oh, you're back. Some public comment. We've missed you over the last couple of meetings.
I couldn't even make the turn on the street for the last meeting, let alone get into. I was walking. I couldn't get in close to the building. Mark Bell, 63 Domingo. Just on number 6, I agree on that being pulled because I remember at one point there was a motion to sell some asphalting machine and the street sweeper. I think the town sold the asphalt machine. We kept the street sweeper, and it's saving us money. And I think that would have been gone unless it had come before the council. So I don't know what the policy is going to be for that disposition, but I think, there should be some type of monetary figure that makes it come before the council. Thank you.
There is. Any other comments on the consent? Yes, sir.
Hi. Do I have to say my name is Richard Tan. I have a question about the water conservation that you were discussing just now. I received an email from a friend recently that said that the governor has authorized fracking in California. And it's my understanding that fracking uses huge amounts of water, in order to extract the gas. So I was wondering, is that water coming from the same supply that we're using, for our drinking water? And has the council looked at this problem?
Not here. There is no fracking in Marin County, and certainly there won't be in Fairfax.
Okay, so it's just Marin. Yeah.
walking a limb here. Michael?
Thank you, David. With this restriction in our water that we have, I'm curious how Fairfax will address, I believe in November we identified 7 parcels in town for high-density housing. How will this be looked at in the future when we allot water to additional units in the town of Fairfax?
No idea. But I can assure you that, like every other issue on a project, it will be fully vetted and fully discussed with the public.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have a motion?
David, I just want to abstain from voting on item 4 because I haven't seen the letter, and so I'd prefer not to include that. I have no idea what that letter looks like, and I have concerns about what was in the packet. So if we can just...
Yeah, I would be happy to run the letter by you. And probably should put on the record what your concerns about the memorandum are or were.
Okay. Well, I think there's quite a bit of misinformation in the information that was included in the packet, talking about closing trails, which was just things that were proposed. There wasn't actually a letter in the packet. There was a series of bullet items, so I wasn't really clear that it was a letter.
Correct.
So I think rather than, I guess I would prefer not sending a letter at all, given that I think to the extent that any of us are available, we should participate in the January 23rd meeting to learn more about the plan before we send off concerns.
Well, I think the concerns are based on the status of the plan as it stands now. So
but
I think...
But it's already changing.
Well, there's proposals that have not been approved. So actually nothing has changed until the Open Space Committee makes decisions. So to my way of thinking, it's perfectly appropriate to send a polite letter expressing the concerns of the Cascade residents and the Deer Park residents who brought it to our attention.
Okay, well, I guess I will just vote against that item rather than taking the time here for people who are waiting for Chevron. I feel that it's premature, and I think we have not even involved our own Fairfax Open Space Committee, which I think should be part of the decision-making on the letter.
And again, it's not for the council to involve the Open Space Committee. I think that's up to the Open Space Committee. So the letter and the memo in the packet really is a summary of the concerns that have been expressed by local residents. One of the major concerns is rebuilding the pedestrian bridges to withstand fire equipment getting across the bridges. So we're talking about major reconstruction of bridges in the open space. So I don't believe the bridge reconstruction actually was even addressed in the new proposal. So there's a lot of concerns out there, and I think we have every right, if not an obligation, to at least notify the powers that be that there are some concerns.
Okay.
So it's not All right, let's see if we can craft a motion. 6 and 13 have moved off. That leaves the others. Can I get a motion on all of them but 4?
I would move approval of the consent calendar, items 2, 3, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 14.
Second.
Okay. Reed, Kohler. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, aye. On number 4, anybody but Barbara on this?
I'd move approval.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, Bragman, Reed. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay, 4-1 on that one. And with that, we've closed the consent calendar, and we move on to the public hearing on the Chevron matter. Let me just briefly say how we'll go through this. The staff will give their report. The council will certainly have questions of staff on this matter. We will then go to hear from the applicant and his team, and I think Ms. Kohler raised a good point with me before the meeting. Let's try to coalesce our conversation into one or two of you so that it's not seriatim across all of you. And then we will open it up to the community at large for the conversation. Okay, this isn't working. Linda, one way or the other. Okay. The public conversation that we're going to have this evening is a continuation of the public hearing from our last, okay. Guys? The public hearing that we're going to have this evening is a continuation of the public hearing that we adjourned last time. All of the comments that were made in the last meeting are part of the record, and the record continues on for this meeting as well. So if you made a comment at the last meeting, there would be no reason, other than wanting to express your opinion, for you having to come in front of us to restate it again. It is in the record and will be considered by the council in its deliberations. Town Attorney, any other thing you would have me say at the beginning of this? Okay, and with that, why don't we have the staff report? Garrett?
Mr. Mayor, members of council. So some introductory comments. So tonight the council is continuing a public hearing that was open on December 4th. At that time, the council had met to consider a council director referral of a set of approvals and recommendations by the Planning Commission. Specifically, on September 19th, the Planning Commission approved the use permit, design review permit, sign permit, traffic impact permit for a reuse of an existing gas station on 2001 Sir Francis Drake Boulevard. On September 26th, Councilmember Goddard submitted a directed referral of the matter that called into question to the council the entire matter. So that means all the permits and actions of the Planning Commission are subject to discussion by the council. Oh, sorry. How about now? Okay. I'm going to need to scooch a little closer here. Okay. So where was I? Great. So at the December 4th meeting, public hearing was opened, and actually council took public comments and continued the matter. At that time, it also requested substantial amount of information both from the applicant and staff, of which we've included in the staff report. In the staff report, we did not include materials from December 4th meeting, just do the volume of materials. But I think it'd be important for me to point out just the information that was contained within the staff report. Within that, one, we did receive a revised site plan and map from the applicant. Two, there were about 30 questions that staff developed based on council discussion from December 4th. We provided those questions to the applicant. The staff report does contain the responses of the applicants as well as staff analysis to those questions. We did have the applicant do an additional traffic analysis. We did have a review of that traffic analysis by the town engineer. The applicant provided some market analysis related to fuel and store volumes. In one of the exhibits we provided town sales tax data on gas stations. Another exhibit contains property information on other stations in town. Applicant provided information on gasoline additives. We provided a summary report from the State Water Resources Control Board on the site cleanup. Applicant provided us an arborist report on the trees that would be affected by the addition of a driveway on Broadway. Applicant also submitted, as requested, invoices for remediation work. There were also additional written comments received from the community that's in the packet, as well as supplemental materials of comments we received after the printing of this agenda that's also on the dais before you. And we also gave you a copy of the encroachment permit for the property that we found that was dated back in 1970. So what that all means is really before you this evening is the question of whether or not to issue a conditional use permit for a gas station. And as you may recall, the property is currently zoned highway commercial. Now it is true the general plan is recommending a different zoning, central commercial, but that's not completed yet. It is in the process. So this property has to be assessed based on its current zoning, which is highway commercial. So under highway commercial, a proposed gas station requires a conditional use permit. And in order for the council to issue a conditional use permit, it has to find that the project and the application actually meets 4 standards. You have to find that it meets all 4 factors listed in the code. And for the public, what I'd like to do is actually read what those 4 factors are. So the first factor is the approval of the use permit shall not constitute a grant of special privilege and shall not contravene the doctrines of equity and equal treatment. So you may recall at your December 4th meeting, a question was raised whether or not allowing the applicant to use the public right-of-way, in this case for parking and for ingress and egress, would constitute a special grant of public, actually to grant a special privilege, sorry. So what we have discovered in our research is we found the former gas station actually had an encroachment permit approved by the Planning Commission and Council back in 1970, but that was actually for a planter and not for parking. We also took a little more research and discovered that staff does not recall ever issuing an encroachment permit for parking in the downtown area, at least within the last 25 years. However, in residential areas, issuing an encroachment permit for parking is quite a common practice. So again, the council for this item would have to determine whether or not it's a grant of special privilege, and we think it regarding having the parking in the public right-of-way. Now, another factor is the development and use of property, as approved under the use permit, should not create a public nuisance, cause excessive or unreasonable detriment to adjoining properties or premises, or cause adverse physical or economic effects thereto, or create undue or excessive burdens in the use and enjoyment thereof, any or all of which effects are substantially beyond that which might occur without approval or issuance of a use permit. So that's a long one, but really to assist you in the deliberations, the staff actually provided some of the definitions. And so we provided in the staff report definition of a public nuisance. Now, in our analysis, we couldn't find in town records any evidence of the former gas station use causing a public nuisance. However, that being said, it would be up to the council to determine if they believe that the current use as proposed would meet those standards of a public nuisance. One of the other definitions we provided within the staff report is obstruction of public streets. And within that, the town code states parking facilities shall be designed to provide for safe circulation of vehicular and pedestrian traffic within the parking area and in relation to adjacent streets. So the applicant has provided a revised site plan. The site plan is revised to try to address on-site circulation. Our traffic engineer has determined that the proposed site plan works much better for on-site circulation. But again, the issue will come down to there are parking spaces, 3 spaces to be precise, that's still in the public right-of-way. And really, the issue is those 3 spaces in the public right-of-way is something to consider, because in addition to public parking spaces, also the applicant does show that circulation is ingress and egress does go through the easement area. So that's something also for the council to take a look at. The third factor is approval of the use permit is not contrary to those objectives, goals, or standards pertinent to the particular case and contained or set forth in any manner, or set forth in any master plan, development plan, or other plan or policy officially adopted by the town. So again, to assist the town in its deliberations, the staff report does lay out what we believe to be applicable land use and land use, circulation element, and in the responses to questions, we also put some more policies in there. So if the council would like, our planning staff can go through those upon request over what policies we think and what the impacts are for council consideration. But so with that, I'm not going to go into that detail, but you could ask our planning staff for more assistance on that. So the fourth factor is approval of a use permit, which will result in an equal or better development of the premises than would otherwise be the case, and that the approval is in the public interest and for the protection or enhancement of the community. So I think the factors here, or we believe the factors here for the council to consider is currently the site is vacant and it's been unused for some period of time. So one of the factors is to determine whether or not an operating gas station with a convenient mark is better than a vacant building. The other thing, a factor to consider, is we believe this project would generate a substantial amount of sales tax revenue for the town. Upwards of, looking at our projections, that would probably represent a 10% increase in total sales tax in the town just for 1 year. So if it did generate that amount of revenue, then that's some revenue that the town could consider to use for other programs and projects, capital projects or funding youth programs or whatever the council thought was appropriate. But again, you would have to weigh whether or not that should be offset against the issue of it's a gas station, and perhaps that goes against some of the other policies that you're going to have to consider. So those are the 4 key factors that the council just has to find that the project meets those standards in order to issue the use permit. And the project has to meet all 4, so you have to find findings for all 4 standards. And one of the last things is that in addition to the use permit, there's also the design review permit, the sign permit, and the traffic impact permit. But what we're actually recommending is that while you can consider those in your use permit, at least in terms of that information in your discussions for the use permit, we're actually recommending that you hold off discussing or actually making a determination on those items until you decide on the use permit. But I would like to point out that it's important for me to point out, I think, that the applicant did indicate that Chevron sign would only be on the proposed monument sign, and that the extra mile sign on the building could be removed if that was that's a possibility, and that's something that they would consider. But I thought I just would point that out. And in terms of everything else, I think that pretty much concludes the staff report. I would like to point out, staff's obviously here to answer questions. I believe our traffic engineer was going to try to get here after his meeting in Mill Valley, but he should be here shortly. I just need to probably text him to see where he's at. The applicant and his team are also present. What we suggest is, in terms of process, that perhaps the council follow the same process. I would suggest that perhaps you might want to put some reasonable time limit on the applicant's presentation, let him figure out who wants to speak and so on, but just to kind of facilitate the process. So with that, we're recommending that you continue the public hearing, that you close the public hearing, and we're also requesting that you make a specific determination on the request, and then you direct staff to come back with the required resolution and findings in a resolution, and that would come back to you in February if you were to provide that direction this evening. And so that concludes the staff report.
Thanks, Garrett. Renee? Questions of staff? This is, in a sense, your item, your directed referral. Would you like to address questions to staff at this time? Anybody want to jump in? Larry.
On the encroachment permit that was included in the packet, I think there's some clarification that needs to be made for the record. I'm looking at this interoffice memo dated April 24th, 1970, and it grants an encroachment permit to Standard Oil Company service station at 2001 Sir Francis Drake for an area of planting along Sir Francis Drake Boulevard and planter area on Bank Street, with stipulation that should traffic conditions prove to be unsatisfactory on Bank Street, the city will require the planter to be removed. Correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so that, in your estimation, was that an encroachment permit for the entire right-of-way, or just for 2 little planting strips along the perimeter of the property?
Well, it appears it's just for planting.
Okay. Because when I went out there and looked at the property, it appears that those planting strips are about maybe 5 feet long by about 1 foot wide, and at worst, the right-of-way that we're talking about giving up here is about 24 feet wide based on the survey, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So this encroachment permit that's included really is a separate issue from what would be given to the applicant should this conditional use permit be granted, correct?
That's correct. They would need a new encroachment permit.
Okay. And so in the public right-of-way that has been included in the scope of this project, there's 3 parking spaces included in the public right-of-way, correct? And let me just ask Jim, and a slightly less attorney witness. Sorry.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Good witness. So we've got a certain amount, there's a certain minimum requirement of parking for this project to be approved, right?
That's correct.
And 3 of the spaces are in the right-of-way, correct?
That's correct.
Now, just hypothetically, if we approve the project based on providing 3 parking spaces, which are required to operate the store, how do you get that back without interrupting the interruption of the business? How do you get that back without violating the terms under which it's been approved?
Well, I think you have to keep in consideration as you make your determination on this project that in the future the town may in fact ask for that encroachment into the town's easement, which you aren't giving up the ownership of that easement in this action if you were to allow the encroachment. But if the town, through future processes, decides it wants to take back that easement and or extend Bank Street, then you would be in fact reducing the parking on the site by 3 spaces. And I think you should take that under consideration as you contemplate your action tonight, because you want to leave that opportunity open. And again, if in fact you were to take the easement back, there would be 3 less spaces on the site.
At which point we've created a non-conforming site with inadequate parking.
Depending on how you count the spaces, there is discretion in the town code for CH on the amount of parking spaces required, and you are entitled to look at each site individually and consider all the circumstances of the site with how you enforce the parking requirements such as they are.
Okay. Are there plans to repave the area?
The actual easement?
Yes.
I believe it was repaved after the dig was completed for mitigating the toxic plume. The area directly under the awning, if you will, over the gas pump area, that has been left as a gravel surface to allow for the installation of new pumps should this conditional use permit be granted, so that you don't have to, tear up what work you just did.
Okay, I'll get back to you. Maybe that'll
Sure.
loosen up some of the other council members.
Barbara?
So following on that kind of thought process, I had similar thoughts about the parking, but also now as part of the use of the right-of-way, the ingress and egress in and out of the site, it's a critical part of clearing that up. There was limited circulation prior to that, so now the ingress and egress out of that public right-of-way through another one of the driveways is pretty critical. So I think I also echo my concerns is how do we get that back? If we grant the encroachment permit for the parking and for the ingress and egress, that becomes a really important part of the operation of the site. And should we revoke it, we not only have limited parking, but now we have the circulation problems that we were trying to ameliorate with the new planning. So limited circulation, more potential for dangerous traffic in and out. Do you agree with that sort of thinking, Jim? I know we can always revoke, but we are now sort of hamstringing the town.
Well, to address your question about how you would revoke the encroachment permit, I defer to your town attorney on that. In terms of circulation, it remains to be seen overall how a more formal intersection might occur at that point on Sir Francis Drake. That wasn't part of this exercise. There is 24.5 feet actually of right-of-way there, which would allow for two 12-foot drive lanes. The final disposition of how that might function vis-a-vis a new intersection at Bank and Sir Francis Drake, should that occur, and also how that might ripple into the disposition of the Klaus between Sir Francis Drake and Broadway, also remains to be seen.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this is, in a way, what Barbara is referring to is we're kind of putting the cart before the horse, because it could well be that this project precludes certain ways for this downtown plan to take shape. I guess I had a clarification thing. I know that the spouts for the underground tanks that exist under there are shown on the plan as being to the west of the pumps. Yet I remember in '98, I think, when it was dug up, aren't the tanks under that right of way?
I defer to the applicant on that one. I can't confirm that one way or the other. I would defer to the applicant when he gives his presentation.
Okay. Well, I mean, because that seems like an obvious question. I know they're certainly shown that way, but I also have a distinct memory of the tanks being unearthed from underneath that end of the property in '98. So I guess that's worth clarifying. Let me see. I guess with the should not create a public nuisance section, that the B, unreasonable detriment to adjoining properties or causing adverse economic effects there too. That would include competition with other stores. I mean, if they're selling, coffee or baked goods or whatever, that the place that sells coffee and baked goods that's 50 feet away would probably see that as a competing interest. Is that an accurate?
Yes, and I think we addressed that in, I believe, in the responses to the questions that were asked at the last meeting. We tried to give it a thorough analysis, and we also gave you a table sort of breaking down the net and gross areas of the competing businesses in town. The two other gas stations, which up until the North Bay Gas application approval for a section of retail, neither gas station had actually had a formal section to sell ancillary retail items, if you will. The Don's Market and Quality Liquor and 7-Eleven are, of course, single-use sites. They're not a multi-use site like the gas station being proposed, and now the North Bay Gas on a very smaller scale. So they were different beasts, but we tried to give you an analysis of the gross square footage and where we had it, the net square footage of retail, and what was sold in that table. And I believe you got an updated table that also, so we're trying to not make it apples and oranges, but so that you can analyze it. We also listed in there the monument and building signs for you too.
Okay, thank you. That's all I've got right now.
I don't know if this is the appropriate time, but perhaps, Jim, regarding the finding that deals with approval of the use permit as not contrary to objective goals or standards, and it goes on, that refers to the master plan or the general plan. I'm wondering if you could briefly mention, for the record, those parts of the general plan that appear applicable to this finding?
Yes, thank you. And that was, I think, partially prompted by your questions at the last meeting also, to look at the general plan independent of the definition of highway commercial versus central commercial and the formula retail restrictions that live in the central commercial but do not live in the highway commercial. So we reviewed the general plan with regards to sections that might be relevant in giving you guidance. In other words, this is relative to that finding in the sense that this is the general plan for the town. And there were basically three sections, three elements, if you will, that we thought had pertinent goals, policies, or programs, and those would be briefly in the land use element, goal LU7, preserve community and neighborhood character. There is policy LU 7.1.2. New and or renewed development in the town center area should preserve and enhance the village character of the town center area in the mix of land uses, architectural styles, and ornamentation, materials, colors, and textures. And by the way, for the benefit of the public, in addition to what you have in the public packet on the town's website tonight, you can also see on the town's website the entire general plan and the appendices for your reading pleasure. Okay, next policy under land use was land use LU 7.2.3. Traffic and parking concerns related to new and renewed development shall be addressed in a manner that does not result in undue hardship or significant negative impacts on properties and infrastructure in the vicinity. Next, under the circulation element, goal C2, promote the safe use of collector streets by automobiles, cyclists, and pedestrians. And under that goal, policy C-2.6, promote safe use of the collector streets for pedestrians and cyclists. Program C-2.6.1, provide continuous sidewalks where possible and prioritize these locations where it is most feasible to provide them. Goal C6, promote less reliance on single occupancy vehicles. Policy C-6.3, support the development and expansion of comprehensive effective programs to reduce auto use at both the local and regional levels and promote and encourage improved transit options, including restoring the light rail vehicle system, particularly by or through right pricing the true cost of auto use, whereby mass transit systems will become more economically viable at lower thresholds of housing densities. Program C-6.3.4, create a long-term education program to change the travel habits of residents, visitors, and workers by informing them about the transportation alternatives, incentives, and impacts. Work with the school district and private interests such as the Chamber of Commerce to develop and implement the program. Safe Routes to Schools, which originated in Fairfax and is now national, is an excellent example of this type of program. And finally, under circulation C8, goal C8, improve circulation and safety in the downtown area. Policy C-8.1, promote better utilization of Elsie Bank Street to connect Bolinas Road to Broadway and Sir Francis Drake Boulevard. And I think the operative word in that policy is promote. We will be visiting that issue when we go through the public participatory process in developing a town center plan, which will be discussed next month. And then finally, on the last element, conservation element, goal C-1, energy conservation and climate. Objective 1.1, integrate reduction of the use of non-renewable energy resources and greenhouse gas emissions into planning for the town of Fairfax. And objective 1.2, reduce consumption of non-renewable energy resources and reduce greenhouse gas emission by the residents and the town of Fairfax. And those are the three elements and the subsequent goals, programs, and policies that we felt gave you some direction in the town's blueprint, such as it is the general plan that was passed, as you know, in April of 2012.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
You know, the right-of-way was granted to Fairfax by L.C. Frustick. And I've got a copy of the grant deed that I'd like to enter into the record from 1950. And according to that grant deed, the right-of-way boundary is based on the western curb line of Bank Street, which I understand has been moved. It was moved about 7 feet. If you kind of pace off the 7 feet that it was moved and take a line through the station, it still doesn't conform to the survey that we've got. So I just want to make sure the record includes that grant deed. And I also want to show the public, and I've made some copies for the council, what it looked like before it was closed off. These are photos that were in the town files from about 1974, and I've made copies for the council. I want to pass them out to the council. I've made some for the staff.
Thank you.
Let's see. Need one more? Good. And I want to give some to the staff. Here's a couple. Yeah. Well, there's another one I want to show you and enter in the record. This is an enlargement, actually, of that easement when it was still in use before it was closed off. So this is another. Yeah. And I just want to. And this is a photo. This was a photo. This big one is from 1978. So I'm going to pass this out also to the other council members.
There you go.
Is that it? Okay. So, and there's a couple, and there's some for the applicant too. This is. Yeah. And I've got an extra set for the staff too.
It's gotten prettier over the years.
Yeah. So if you look at the photo from 1978, that looks like it's the modern curb line. It doesn't look like it's been changed.
I'm sorry, I don't have the benefit of seeing what you're seeing.
This one's for you.
Thank you.
Jim, here's.
I got it. This one right here. This is the back parking lot, and this is the easement.
Okay, got it, thanks.
So, let me just, I want to find the grant deed too.
What is the approximate date on the first one?
This big photo is from 1978.
That one, that's of the parkade, I believe. What about this one with the sign in front of the bank?
That's the one, 78.
This is 78.
Okay, good. And this was after, that's why I'm asking, because the sign at the Bank of America parking lot, I believe, went in 71 when they applied for the ATM machine. And so this is the same, I believe it's the same curve line that exists right now.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then if you look at the assessor's parcel map, you can see there's a dotted line. And I just want to enter that into the record.
Did we?
I want to enter the grant deed into the record.
I have a little bit more on that you and I have discussed partially, if you'd like me to chime in.
So, I mean, I'm not saying we can resolve this now. I'm just saying there's certain discrepancies in the survey based on looking at the actual monuments, comparing it to the AP, to the assessor's parcel map, and it just, there's about a 6 or 8 foot discrepancy that I don't know if the survey actually resolves, and I just think that the council should be aware of what we would actually be giving up or not giving up, depending on what the decision is. And the other thing that concerns me upon closer examination is putting a driveway there. because there's actually a town code. So the driveway is going to be directly on this intersection with Bank. And under the town code, and I'm looking at Fairfax Town Code section 12.12.040, it's called Requirements, Industrial or Commercial Premises. It says any driveway, entrance, or approach leading from the street into any premises, structure, building to be used for manufacturing, industrial, or commercial purposes shall not be of greater width than 40 feet, nor shall any driveway entrance or approach be permitted within 30 feet of the corner of any intersecting street. And it seems to me that this driveway is not only within 30 feet of an intersection, it's actually in the intersection. So it's just, there's a reason why there's an ordinance like this, and it's for safety. And we received comments from the Marin Bike Coalition about the configuration of the property. And this is a concern to me when I see we've got a code that apparently has been on the books for many years, where there's been sort of a historical recognition of safety issues that arise when you put a commercial driveway within 30 feet of an intersection, that here we're considering putting a driveway in an intersection. So it's a concern, and I think it should be part of the record that we consider tonight.
May I speak to that for a moment?
Yes.
Just in fairness to the applicant, that was not part of the applicant's original layout for the site. It was not something that they were requesting. It's not something that they were ever interested in doing. The idea of having a driveway there was brought up when the council originally approved the methodology for the traffic impact study leading towards the requested traffic impact permit. That was analyzed at the Planning Commission. It was reviewed, and our traffic consultant that did the peer review, Mr. Parisi, looked at that. He should be here momentarily. Hey, David, welcome. He can address that. But again, it's not fair, I don't think, to place that driveway's now presence in the packet on the applicant. They were not the ones that originated. The town came up with the idea for that driveway.
No, and I understand that, and I'm not trying to assess fault. I'm trying to explain facts that raise concerns for me as far as what decision do we make, because if we take the driveway out of the plan, that's going to affect the circulation, because one of the elements of the traffic impact study was, what do we do about people making a left turn, westbound traffic on Drake taking a left turn into the station? Well, the answer is no left turn. We're going to put a no left turn sign up. So what's the resolution? Well, they take a left turn on Klaus, go around the back of the station and enter in the driveway. Well, if the driveway's illegal or unsafe, that eliminates that traffic mitigation. So I understand your argument about how it got there, but now that it's there, it's actually integral to the traffic impact plan, and we've got a little bit of a dilemma that we got to work through.
So do we have a study based on not having that driveway?
Yes, the original traffic study, before there were revisions to that traffic study. Correct me if I'm wrong, David. Maybe I should defer to David.
Recommended to the applicant if they want to have access from westbound Drake, to consider a driveway on Broadway opposite Bank as a way to reduce circulation effects, through the town. So vehicles returning, again, westbound would take a left on Fairfax. Actually, it is true that having driveways close to intersections is not a preferred practice, but having a driveway forming, for instance, the fourth leg of the intersection, Broadway and Bank, actually is quite common. As long as instead of it would actually form the northern leg. So we don't actually, from a traffic perspective, see that as a safety issue, to be honest. If that makes sense. If it was
I don't understand the northern leg. What do you mean?
So Broadway and Bank form a three-legged intersection, right? With and Bank is the southern leg, in my opinion. And Broadway's east and west, right? There's two stop signs at Bank, northbound Bank, and there's a stop sign for eastbound Broadway. With a driveway on the north side, that would be the fourth three-leg intersection into a de facto four-legged intersection, which is very common. So it'd be safer there rather than being offset like 30 feet from one side to the other. It would all be controlled for the same intersection.
Mayor?
John?
Yeah. Just following up on that a little bit, and I get what you say. Yeah, it is safer to put it right going into the intersection. So the way I got the plans initially was most of the traffic was designed to be entering on the Sir Francis Drake, the western Sir Francis Drake entrance to the station, and then pull up to the pumps and then exit either on the Broadway one or the east. Yeah, eastbound traffic would do that, and then the problem then becomes what do you do with the westbound traffic? And by opening up that driveway, you're doing that, but isn't the traffic then going the wrong way through the station? Or, I mean, they can go out through the one on the, I mean, they.
It's a constrained site, but vehicles can still make that maneuver out the other direction.
Okay. Wouldn't traffic also be, well, say that driveway was eliminated, wouldn't traffic then be westbound then going to make a left on Azalea and then come back along Broadway and then cut through the M&G lot to be going back on Sir Francis Drake eastbound and then enter the station that way?
If there was no driveway along Broadway at the Bank?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that basically requires the public to use another parking lot as a private property. I mean, that's not a practice that's generally condoned, right?
There, people would go past the station and probably Azalea, take left. The applicant's traffic engineer did an assessment looking at trip generation and forecast how many trips would do that, and I believe it was less than, they forecast less than 10 an hour would make that.
Yeah, I saw that.
If people elected to do this and backtrack.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be very inconvenient. Me, I'd probably not make that trip, I'd just bypass it.
Go to Rhino instead or something.
I'm sorry, are you going? I just wanted to see if you could shed a little more light on the numbers and the trips generated, because we were actually, there was confusion based on just how that number was generated and actually to clarify what the numbers actually are.
Right, so again, as the role for me as the town's traffic engineering representative is to review methodologies that are used by the applicant, their traffic engineer, and approve the study methodology. The applicant looked at traffic studies, and that have been done in traffic generation that has been compiled from many service stations or gas stations with convenience markets. And so there have been dozens of studies done throughout the U.S. that can forecast morning peak and afternoon peak trips, vehicle trips. There's two different types of land uses that are considered by the Institute of Transportation Engineers, which is a group I'm a member of also, which has kind of conducted many of these studies. One land use is called a gas station with a convenience mart, and another land use, believe it or not, is a convenience market with gas pumps. And believe it or not, they're a little bit different. A gas station with a convenient mart is usually focused mostly just on a gas station that serves car trips for getting gas. You know, maybe there may be a small convenience market that serves, you know, maybe it's that people can buy, you know, sodas or chips or gum, things like that. Most of the time, it's things that are consumed within the car. The other land use, which is a convenience market with gas pumps, is focused mostly on a convenience market that also provides gas. And these are bigger markets, right, that may have 2,000 square feet or more. Could sell alcohol or cigarettes and many more food items. As town's traffic engineer, I felt that was the appropriate land use to apply for this site. It's probably more conservative and would estimate more trips than this site probably would generate. But we thought, hey, if we're looking at a worst case scenario, that's probably the way to go, based on the fact that the convenience market, its size or scale, and the type of items that are for sale that they plan to sell at this location. So that was the land use that was used in the traffic study. I do feel it is a conservative case. In other words, probably we would estimate more trips than we would realistically expect, but I'd like to be on the safe side for that case. So the traffic study does show it predicted a number of daily trips, morning peak hour trips, and afternoon peak hour trips as well, and forecast for where those trips would be coming from and going to what intersections could be affected. And as mentioned at the last meeting and within the traffic report, the increase in trips, vehicle trips, would not impact any of the city's town's traffic intersections because it doesn't provide an incremental increase in trips. Many vehicle trips that would go to a gas station or convenience market would already be on the street anyway and passing by. Obviously, they still would go in and out of the driveways. So getting back to the recommendation, however, for westbound traffic, we felt that allowing left turns from westbound Drake into the site would cause too much delay to Sir Francis Drake. I was also very concerned that if a car was stopped waiting to take a left turn onto Drake, others may go around it through the bike lane and cause other impact for bicycle traffic. So that was the impetus for the idea of recommending a driveway off of Main as an alternative.
David, I think sometimes it crosses over from being a traffic engineer to a sociologist. And so when you say that there are gazillions of studies out there that have, analyzed all of this, isn't it really the circumstances of the particular location that drive the conversation rather than, in addition to methodology? So let me suggest something. Assuming that this gas station went in, I would assume that the people who were running the Rhino station would say to themselves, gee, charging 30 cents a gallon more is going to be a little crimp in business, and I bet those people will go just right across the street, no matter how inconvenient it might be to do so. And I believe that pricing would become more realistic. Somewhat like you see in Greenbrae when you have a Chevron and a Shell sitting right there, and they're in a few cents, if not exactly, collaborating with each other on setting and price fixing. I sort of look at it and say to myself, well, really in my lifetime, how many times have I decided to go shopping in a mini mart? Well, if it's the only thing that's available, then yes, that's where you have to pick up that quart of milk. But I noticed that this place is going to close at 9 o'clock, whereas the excellent supermarket right across the street is open until I think midnight. And is probably no doubt going to be selling a quart of milk a little bit cheaper, if not a lot a bit cheaper. wouldn't it be more logical to assume, considering the extraordinary ease of parking in the supermarket, that one would continue the tens of feet and right in your traffic pattern to pick it up right there as you, if you were heading in that direction? It just seems somewhat, I don't know, as if the study doesn't take into consideration the real life facts on the ground. And now you're going to tell me exactly why that is incorrect.
Yeah, I'm not sure if what you're suggesting is that the traffic volumes in the study are conservatively too high. I don't know if that's what you're saying, or too low. Again, what we're looking at is statistics for gas stations across the U.S., including in regression analysis, which shows very tight correlation to how much traffic is being generated by fueling stations with and without mini marts. We've done lots of studies up and down Drake, and the ones that you suggested before, and the correlation is almost spot on with what the ITE, or Institute of Transportation Engineers, suggested for trip rates. What I like to do, particularly representing the town, is to take a conservative approach. In this case, we assumed that it would be, we applied the land use convenience market with the gas pumps to make sure that if there are no impacts, significant impacts to your intersections with that conservative use, if the site actually generates fewer trips in the future, you're going to have fewer impacts. So again, we try to take a conservative approach. I don't know what's going to happen at the end of the day, but I think what we wanted to do is use statistically valid trip generation rates and apply those to this site, and to see what the potential impacts could be.
Okay. If there are one more question?
David, just one question on how these are done. There's a misunderstanding in my mind. So if we stay with the scenario of the convenience market with the gas pumps, and we take out the pass-by trips, then you're looking at 1,563 new primary trips. My question is, does that reflect, is that include in-out? So is that the car entering, the car leaving? So is that, or is it 1,563 times 2?
It's divided by 2 for the number of vehicles. So that's trips over the course of the day. Trips include, each in trip's a trip, each out trip is a trip.
Okay, so when it's 1,563, that's counting it in-out.
So there's like 780 cars.
Okay. All right. Got it. Thank you.
So you're estimating 780 people are going to show up? Cars are going to show up?
That's what the conservative estimate is, based on the rates that are based on studies throughout the U.S.
The last thing, I would really like to hear just a little bit more about the determination that was made about CEQA exemption. And it states very clearly in here that staff, in conjunction with the town attorney, have, I'm losing my eyesight, conducted additional review of the project per CEQA and have confirmed that the project is categorically exempt under current CEQA standards. I'm understanding that it's exempt under existing facilities, but I wondered if you could just speak a little more to that.
Yeah, I mean, it was a gas station before. It's the same use, is the way we looked at it.
So if it's, my understanding is that if it has been not in use for more than 6 months, or an abandoned facility, that it is no longer an existing use.
Well, that's
or
different.
That existed in the past use is no longer.
Yeah, that's for a different analysis. But as far as CEQA is concerned, we considered, what it had been in the past and what it was going to be now, and it's the same use. So what you're talking about is for, per the code and for a use, and whether or not they can continue on with that use without coming back for a use permit. And that's a different thing. That's not what we're talking about with the CEQA analysis. Do you understand?
What-
You see what I'm saying?
What she might be driving at, if I may,
No, please do.
is before it was selling gas and fixing cars. Now it's selling gas and also selling soda and Snickers. That's a difference.
And, you know, that.
Well, but
yes,
it's
I
also
understand
that, and forgive me if I didn't understand the differentiation, but that it seems to me that it would start from blank, and that it has been abandoned and not in any use for more than 6 months.
Well, that
So
is.
that you would be starting, and so you're starting a gas station from nothing.
For analysis, for a use permit, yes. But for analysis under the CEQA of what it is going to be and what it has been, they're two different ways of looking at this.
Just for the record for the public, CEQA stands for the California
Sorry.
Environmental Quality Act, which requires a thorough review of projects so that the public and elected and appointed officials can make learned decisions. It runs parallel to the entitlements process, which is under the town code and California law.
Right, and what you're talking about are two different things.
Okay, go ahead and explain that a little further then.
Well, because you're talking about a use that was in use and then abandoned or pursuant to the timeline listed in the code is no longer a use, so you don't have a right to continue with that use anymore, pursuant to the code for a land use entitlement. Different from looking at it from an environmental perspective of this is a use that is very similar to, if not the same as what it has been in the past. So are we really changing that use to, say, I don't know, manufacturing or something drastically different from what it was before? Two entirely different analysis here for two different reasons.
If the trip calculation changes by a massive degree, what the number of people that would have visited it for gas and car fixing from gas and Snickers and soda, doesn't that qualitative difference trigger a CEQA analysis?
It could.
If it does, will it be happening?
I said it could.
I'm a construction project manager and an architect.
I got, but we're not,
okay.
wait, not now. Okay then. Well, Larry.
Can I talk about this checklist?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, can I add a layer here? When we're not sure, when something is not by the book categorically exempt, you brought up this nuance of a slightly variation in the use from what was abandoned under CEQA. When we're not able to make a determination that a project is categorically exempt, the next step in the CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act process, we're required, or the applicant's required to pay for, what's called an initial study. And that is a checklist of what used to be about 17 categories to look at the impacts from the proposed project. And if, as you go through this checklist, you can either determine that there is not a significant impact to the environment in any one of the 17 categories, or if you can't find a way to mitigate the impacts from that project to less than significant, then the next step in the CEQA process is to do what's called an environmental impact report, which is just that much more costly. An initial study is, in the thousands, maybe up in the tens of thousands. An EIR, a full-blown environmental impact report in Marin County, is hard to do for under $150,000. So we took the extra step just to feel comfortable that we weren't missing something, and we actually went back and made sure we were using the most current checklist, which it turns out they've added 2 categories in the checklist. One is greenhouse gas production, and forgive me, the other one escapes me right now. Yeah. But we took the most current checklist of 19 categories, which we will now start using, and we went through, and we didn't find any impacts that would elevate this into less than significant impacts, beyond less than significant impacts on the site, using the most current checklist.
And
So,
just to clarify, the roles, we don't substitute our opinion for that of staff in doing that. What we do when we say that we went back and looked at it again, made sure we were using the most current, up-to-date initial study checklist, we look to see whether the determination made is defensible, and we believe it is.
I'm sorry. I'm harping on this piece. I have CEQA guidelines under the exemption based on existing facilities, and forgive me if I'm missing this, but this section describes the class of projects wherein the proposed activity will involve negligible or no expansion of the use existing at the time the exemption is granted. So there is no use at the time that this exemption is being granted.
I know.
So we're talking about putting a new gas station in place of something that no longer has a use.
Unfortunately, it's apples and oranges. One is under CEQA and how you assess these impacts under CEQA, and one is under the town code with issuing either a use permit or a conditional use permit. I defer to Janet on this.
And I understand what you're saying, but we are really talking about two different things. And so what we look at for the CEQA purposes is, what it still looks like, what it still is, what it was used as. Technically, for the purposes of use permit analysis, you're right. They could not necessarily continue on as of right with the gas station. That's why they're here, to get a new use permit, because it had been out of use for too long. Okay, so they need to come back and get a new use permit under the code to have a gas station there. Okay, but when we're looking at we're using the same word, use is the problem. When we were looking at the use for purposes of CEQA, it had not previously been residential. It had not previously been manufacturing. It had previously been, and recently been, a gas station was still configured to look like and was a gas station. And I understand the nuances, and these determinations can go a number of ways, but our purpose in that statement in the staff report that we went back and we looked at it again because we had heard some concerns. When we go back and look and check and see what staff has done, make sure we use the most recent up-to-date checklist and go and try to determine whether the determination made by staff is defensible. We believe it is. Now, reasonable minds will differ on how that is done, how the determination is made, but we're not trying to substitute our determination for that of staff. We're simply looking to see if, in fact, we believe that to be defensible. We do.
So whatever it is the state would sign off on in terms of the soil remediation and all of the different pieces that would qualify this as environmentally safe, we use those in place of saying, wait a minute, we should do an environmental impact study of this site, because for all intents and purposes, at least as it looks to the eye and the public, I would say, well, wait a minute, no one's studying the environment on this, and we've got a gas station going in, and they dug up the street, and there's, talk that something smelled, and I'm just, in due diligence as a council member, I feel as though we need to really speak to that, whether we need to present the checklist so that the public sees exactly what it is we signed off on, or whatever it might be, so that I at least feel confident that if someone said to me, well, wait a minute, I would be able to say very clearly, and I know we can look at that. I just was hoping that we could have a little bit more information for the public here.
I just want to clarify, the checklist was not part of the formal review or the determination that it was exempt. It was just going an extra step to feel comfortable as a staff level that there weren't impacts that we hadn't considered. So again, the first step is to look at the regulations under the California Environmental Quality Act, look at the language, consult with our town attorney, who's your attorney, and confirm that we believe it's categorically exempt under the CEQA statute. The checklist does not become involved unless it's determined it isn't exempt. And then the checklist is used to determine whether the impacts can be mitigated to less than significant. And if they can't, then you go the full-blown environmental impact report. Each step, the categorical exempt or the initial study, which is the checklist, which may lead to mitigation measures to bring the impacts to less than significant. If you recall, this is prior to your time on the council, this happened with the Good Earth, for example. We mitigated the impacts to less than significant. We did that also with the general plan. We were able to pass the general plan without spending a couple $100,000 for an EIR because the impacts from the general plan were less than significant. I just wanted to clarify that the checklist was not part of this process formally.
Okay, that's fine. I guess I need to understand what less than significant means and then how it is that it was determined.
Well, and I think the bottom line here is you can disagree with the determination. I mean, this is something that the council needs to find, and you can disagree with that. So if the council disagrees with that, we start over.
Okay, at this point, we have been peppering staff for a little over an hour, and it's time to move on, if there are no critical questions.
Just quick questions.
Could we do it quickly?
Yes, I will. As far as the general plan is concerned, we have a general plan implementation committee, don't we?
Yes.
Has that met yet?
Oh, yeah, it meets regularly every month.
Okay. Have they been considering this right away?
The general plan's mission is to monitor and help implement the general plan. The general plan has 7 required elements by the state, and the town chose to add another element, which is called the town center element. That was adopted with the general plan by resolution on April 4th, 2012. In the town center element, which is adopted, which is done, it calls for the study of the idea of connecting Bank Street through to Sir Francis Drake. And it calls for that study tangent to the idea of what you do with Bolinas between Elsie and Broadway, and the idea that had come out of one of the workshops of turning that section of Bolinas into a pedestrian zone requires the rerouting of the traffic, since most of the town lives on that side of Sir Francis Drake, and that was where the idea came up for continuing Bank Street through. So the general plan, the General Plan Implementation Committee meets in this room every second Thursday of the month, and you'll have a report next month on the most recent activities, including receiving the draft climate action plan and some other nuances that the committee are going to bring forward to you.
Okay. It's also part of the circulation element too, isn't it?
I'm sorry, what is? Oh, yes, yes. In fact, I read you the citation there in terms of promote the use of that connection potentially.
So what if the General Plan Implementation Committee decided maybe we should consider using that right-of-way as a pedestrian park, expanding the green space in that right-of-way?
Again, that's the General Plan Implementation Committee is just about implementing the general plan. What you're talking about is, I'm sorry? Is something that will be entertained when we start the public workshops, the public process to develop a town center plan.
Okay, could I just put out there, what if during that process there's consideration given to using that right-of-way as a green space?
And actually it goes back to an earlier question that was asked, how do we take this back? And I actually would throw that question, I would recommend you throw that question to the applicant. What happens if the town wants to use the easement for whatever reason?
Well, hypothetically, if the General Plan Implementation Committee decided to turn this right-of-way into a green space or a pedestrian amenity.
It's not within their purview to make those decisions.
I understand that. But what if it's a recommendation?
Okay, okay.
What if that's the recommendation?
Hmm?
At that point, if there was a recommendation to turn this right-of-way into a green space or pedestrian amenity, I mean, at that point, you've effectively reduced the egress and ingress into this facility.
That's correct. And in fact, you would be interrupting the operation of the gas station.
That's my point, is that once you give it up, I think that it's at that point that you're going to have a real argument about detrimental reliance. So I would throw it to council whether that's a legitimate issue, whether that's a legitimate concern.
Well, if that's something that you're considering right now, you would be best to take it into consideration now at this point. You know, in granting an encroachment permit, so if you approve the use permit, you need an encroachment permit that would be greater than what currently exists there. You know, you could structure it in such a way that it could be, you could say it could be for a time period. You could say that you need it for until such time as you need it for the potential improvements that are made on Bank. But if you have that concern now, you really ought to be taking that into consideration now before approving a project that will require use of that in order to make the project work. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes, I do. And in that regard, when I looked at the notice that was sent out for the Planning Commission meeting, there's no mention of the encroachment permit even given to the public. So how is the public supposed to weigh in? How is the Planning Commission supposed to consider all points of view if the public doesn't get notice? So that's a real concern to me about a defect in the process that's landed this thing in our laps. So, and I think the notice that went out for the Planning Commission should be made part of the record because it's simply silent on this whole right-of-way encroachment permit issue.
It is part of the record.
The public notice that went out to the Planning Commission, by the way, for the public's information, the Planning Commission meeting tomorrow night has been put off for 2 weeks, and there'll be another public notice going out about rescheduling that meeting for January 30th in this room. That's 2 weeks from tonight, I believe. So, and that is simply in regards to formally adopting the zoning map that was in the general plan when it was adopted with a resolution. It does not pertain to the issues of circulation or the disposition of streets vis-a-vis the development of a town center plan.
Is the notice part of the record?
Yes.
Is the notice that went out for the Planning Commission meeting part of our record?
It's not relative to this application.
The earlier notice.
Right, right.
Well, it's a public notice that went out. It will go out again, actually.
Okay.
I just want, let me, I found it. I
Meeting,
want to
this
give
meeting.
this, I want to give this to the clerk, just so this is part of the record.
Yeah, yeah, no, it is. I will point out, though, that anything that happened at Planning Commission, any defect or whatever, is curable at council. This is a de novo hearing.
I'm sorry, I mistook what you were saying about, you were talking about the notice for when this item was entertained by the Planning Commission.
Correct.
Thank you.
Correct.
It was discussed.
Okay.
But no notice to the public is my point.
We can look that up.
Well, it's there.
Okay, with that, it is time
Okay.
to end.
Good enough.
And to have the applicant, who has sat patiently. But I would like to ask you a question if you'd come up to the podium. You, because I want to ask you a very specific question, which is ballpark for us how much time your team would like to address us. Okay, we'll add more onto that because no doubt we'll have a few questions for you. Of course. Sir. Good evening. Good evening.
I'm Ron Jacobs with PM Design Group. We're the architects for the project. And I just wanted to touch on the key points, the revisions that we made since the last town council meeting, based on some of the questions and comments that town council had. On the site plan, obviously, we added a driveway that has been discussed. There was a concern about pedestrian movement and access around the site, so we added a sidewalk to the eastern parking area of the site. We did this in conjunction with planning on their recommendations. The other things we did were remove the canopy signage. We removed the extra mile sign from the monument sign, the main ID sign, and we changed the canopy fascia color to cafe au lait as opposed to the white, because I believe everybody thought that was a better color. The other thing we did was we revised the parking on site. We changed the, previously we had proposed 3 parking spots at the front. There was concern that it might impede pedestrians on Sir Francis Drake as they're backing out. So we redesigned it and eliminated that problem. The other things we did, we moved some parking over to the eastern side of the site. And I'd like to point out that we are proposing 10 parking spots at the site, not 7. It's commonly accepted practice in Sonoma County, Marin County, and also your town's traffic engineer said it's an accepted practice to count the fueling dispenser parking area as parking for this type of use. So typically, we have 8 fueling positions. So in a conservative estimate, they would allow, most jurisdictions would allow 50% of those to count as parking spaces. So we have 4 parking spaces at the pumps. The out in the right-of-way that are shown right now that we can remove if necessary. We're open to that as well. So with that, any questions?
You would remove the 3 parking spots from the right-of-way?
We can, yes. And we would still meet the parking requirement.
David?
Just one nuance with regard to what was said about the required parking. I believe you're measuring the required parking based on the net retail area. We typically measure it on the gross area, so that's where we come up with the 10 and he comes up with the 7. I also think there's one nuance, David, that you may want to speak to in terms of, I think your peer review of the traffic analysis with regards to the parking, you weren't recommending the use of the gas pump area for parking. You were saying it's standard practice in other municipalities that half of those parking areas are used. That's the protocol in other areas.
Just to clarify, actually, part of the review we did, we only looked at where parking spots may be located in regard to traffic, pedestrian and bicycle circulation. We actually didn't perform a review on the number of parking spaces, nor any best practices if it's 50% or 100% counted for those that are parked near fueling stations. So we did take a look at that. I turned back to the planning department. Our review was focused primarily on the location of parking spaces and potential impact for, traffic on Drake, traffic circulating through the area of pedestrians.
This isn't philosophy. This has got to be, hold on, this has got to be fact. This council waxed on for probably 20 minutes or half an hour on parking spots and rights of way. So somebody's going to come up with the answer. It's 7 or it's 10.
Again, the code gives you latitude to consider the conditions at each site and this particular site in your review, and it gives you great latitude, correct me if I'm wrong, in analysis and setting the amount that you feel are required on the site. And in this case, it's the sites going into the project and the sites, if you were to exercise your right to take the the Bank Street easement back. The basic standard that we usually measure from is 1 space per 200 square feet of gross area. That's usual. That's our protocol usually. And again, these get massaged in different ways.
So since the gross square feet is nearly 2,000, that's where you come up with 10 required parking spaces. But we understand there's latitude as far as granting parking variances, correct?
Correct.
And also typically, when calculating that, you have to look at habitable areas within a C-store. There's walk-in coolers, there's restrooms, there's places that are uninhabitable.
As reading over it, I didn't understand that. Why would a restroom be considered uninhabitable?
Actually, we included the restrooms into the calculation.
Did you actually? I think it did say it was minus those two. I should look at where.
I'm sorry.
Again, this is just a difference. Our code is very clear as a starting point of 200 feet. Space per 200 feet gross. That's our code, and it gives you latitude to depart from there. But the applicant's representative is giving you his opinion on how it should be addressed.
But they need to adhere to our code, right? I mean, if we're
that's what we're discussing, whether it's adequate. They've requested a reduction at the planning commission stage. They were granted that reduction, and now you have complete rights under de novo rights to revisit those considerations.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Well, I just touched on the highlights of the main revisions we made to the design of the site. So we'll be here.
Questions of the applicant's representative?
Did you do the circulation for the delivery, the fuel delivery? Is that
Yes.
part of your thing? So under the revised plans, does the fuel delivery also cross the right-of-way?
When it exits the site, it goes out the easternmost driveway.
And it crosses the right-of-way?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
And there was mention of smaller size tankers coming in. Is that
Yes.
include that? If you were to
The
use
circulation plan shows the smaller tanker truck.
And so if a larger tanker truck came in, then
There won't be a larger tanker truck. It's already been agreed that they would use a smaller tanker truck.
would there be room for that circulation if it were a larger?
Yeah, the previous circulation plan showed the larger truck, and it would still work. It would still have to exit through the easternmost driveway.
Talk to us about the extra mile sign. It seems to be a flashpoint. Can you confirm that your client is willing to not have the extra mile sign on the building?
Correct.
So the only signage on this thing is the monument with the chevron emblem.
Right. And that's the minimum ID required by state weights and means. measures.
Really? State law requires, was getting in the weeds, requires if it was Dave's Gas and Go, it would have to say Dave's Gas and Go?
Yeah, absolutely, and the price sign as well.
Okay.
So, in addition to the monument sign, I believe at the last meeting, the pumps themselves would also have Chevron logos on them, correct?
We did remove the logos off the spanners, which are
I don't know what a spanner is.
That's the box above the...
Okay, but the pumps themselves, within the pumps, I think what I've seen is there's usually a logo inside.
There's a small logo at the base of the fuel dispenser.
Okay, so there's still...
And that also, there is a requirement by the state that is ID'd as Joe's Gas on the dispenser as well.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions of the applicant? Are there other members of your team who would like to address us?
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Aji Salki. I'm Arash's brother, the applicant. We've had a family business for quite some time, beginning with my father 30 years ago. And so we've all been involved in some form or fashion. And one of the things that I want to mention is that this site was contaminated from the previous operations that had been taking place for over 50 years when it was a Chevron. And this site was dormant for a few years because of death and foreclosure and whatnot. That's how the station became inoperable. If it wasn't for Arash, this site would still not be up to code as it is today, and continuing to be in terms of the ground pollution, the pull-ups and everything else that's being mentioned. And so it was his initiative to being interested in the site to get that ball rolling. So I want to mention that and make it clear, because one of the misunderstandings with a lot of people in the public and what they're talking about is they think this is a Chevron operation, a Chevron application. This is not a Chevron application. My brother can pick any brand he wants. He can go independent if he wants. This is his site. This is his deal. And so it...
Stop, please. Respect.
And it's a matter of his prerogative to go with Chevron because it makes business sense for him. And so one of the things I want to mention that, frankly, it seems like the town doesn't understand is that the town of Fairfax is not economically stable. I'm sure many of you know, you all do know, November 16th, just a few months ago, the town borrowed $800,000 from the county. I may be mistaken because I was in the town.
Let me just clarify this for you. Often, like twice a year, because of the way that tax receipts are received by municipalities, we often go out to the county or other state and sometimes private entities under what's called the TRAN, and we borrow money at very good interest rates to cover a shortfall. This is not indicative of the fact that we're becoming Stockton overnight.
I understand that point, but the fact is that you didn't have enough sufficient cash flow to be able to supplant it. So I understand we're getting into the weeds, and I don't want to get into that. But my point is that this is revenue that this site would provide. The last meeting, people talked about pavements, people talked about lights today, people talked about youth services, school improvements, every little thing we could think about that costs money. That's money that this site, up and running, provides. We're conservatively estimating that $100,000 annually, $120,000 annually in sales tax revenue just from gas alone. If we're talking about the convenience store and what that might produce, it'll be upwards of that number. So what we're talking about is this site provides an economic boost to this town. All the little, the plans, all the little developments, improvements this town wants to make, it's because of a particular site that can produce that sort of revenue to be able to let you guys do that. If this site is dormant, as it is now, as it has been for many years, you're getting zero. You're not getting anything out of it. And so this notion that everyone's talking about a dog park or a sushi restaurant, well, talk is cheap. I mean, my brother's invested 2 years of his time, a lot of money, and a lot of time with the Planning Commission that supported this plan and made him go through hoops and ladders and everything else to be able to get to this point. And so my understanding is that you all have concerns, and My brother will do his best to get those concerns answered for you. We're just asking for a fair opportunity to, allow this, because this is intimidating. I'll be honest with you. When you have, I don't know, 50, 60 people here, it's intimidating. And I understand as elected officials, I don't know what's going in through your heads, but the thought of maybe, going against the will of 50, 60 people or 100 people, whatever the number may be, I understand it can be intimidating, because from our standpoint, it's intimidating. But what we have to understand is that we're talking about what can improve the town of Fairfax economically. And the plan that my brother's put forth, he's followed the law up to code up to this point. And so we're just asking for a fair opportunity. Thank you.
And I hope you feel that we are giving it to you this evening. And everything that you've said is being weighed in the balance of the decision up here.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Commissioners. I appreciate your time being here tonight. Let me make a couple of valid points. I picked Chevron because of my choice. I leave it up to the town. You want 76? You want Arco? You want Shell? Pick a brand. The issue of this industry that I've been in for 20 years, independent model does not work. Please look around the Marin County. Tell me how many independents are there. Very small percentage. I worked with the planning department with answering all these questions that you requested last time. And I think Mr. Moore looked through the other counties, what a branded station generates in revenue compared to an independent. There are some couple facts that I didn't get the rebuttal on with a couple of the people that make comments. Let's talk about the competition that people are talking about. Fairfax Gas is a multi-site operator. He doesn't have one site, two sites. He has multiple sites throughout the Bay Area and Northern California. Secondly,
The owners of the current Fairfax Gas, well, you want to know.
It used to be the Valero station. I think it's called Fairfax Gas.
Oh, North Bay Gas.
I'm sorry, North Bay. He's a multi-site operator. So this whole notion that Arash is coming in here putting everyone out of business is completely false and inaccurate. Secondly, the Rhino gas station. They approached my father a year and a half ago for us to acquire the property. We were not interested. And to give you a little more facts about the Rhino station, I hope the person is here because we could put him on the spot here. I am. Good. The real estate does not belong to them. They lease the property from a landlord. The landlord who owns the property is a Chevron operator. He's a big operator, and he's in Half Moon Bay location. He has already approached Chevron saying that if the tenants leave or economically not suitable because of their high rent, he wants a brand of Chevron. I ask you, please go up and down Marin County from Novato to Sausalito. That is not a gas station. That is a service station. Their main revenue of profitability is their back room. They're not even trying to sell fuel. I ask you, please, I don't think I could count it, less than a handful, that a station looks the way it is. That business model is obsolete in current condition, in the current market. My existing site used to be a station for God knows how many years. And the only reason it shut down was the property, the person passed away and went through a foreclosure. This town, this people who are so concerned had the opportunity to acquire that property. No one stepped up to the plate. I stepped up to the plate working with the planning department for I don't even know how long. Regarding the driveways, I didn't want to put a driveway in back there. I did one traffic study. The town came back to me and said, do another traffic study with X, Y, and Z. I said, sure, I'll cooperate. I'll do whatever I can to make it feasible for both ways. I feel like I've gone through the hurdles. Now I'm saying, okay, it feels like I'm getting thrown the blame here. I don't want to have the driveway there. That was something that the town requested. Everything that I have done was by your request. If the station was open today, please ask yourself, as consumers of gasoline, because I come outside, I couldn't find parking. I had to go park way by in front of Broadway, then walk down here. Everybody consumes gasoline. I asked you people, especially the commissioners, how many of you guys pump gas at these two stations? Because they're not being supported by the town of Fairfax. The people might say they do, but numbers show that they're not supporting it. Secondly, regarding when the station was open, how much traffic congestions were there? Were there cars packing up behind the station in the past? In the past, it used to be a mechanic shop. That is absolutely correct. But they did have a snack shop. They did sell soda pops and here and there. I'm trying to use the whole square footage of it and use the whole space. Regarding spacing and parking, I have worked with Sonoma counties, starting from Santa Rosa to Petaluma, going down to Novato to San Rafael, Mill Valley. Every jurisdiction in Marin County, Sonoma County uses fueling station for parking. Go to the Rhino station or the other station in town. Do you see people parking their cars in a parking lot to go buy a candy bar? I'm in this business, so I know people park at the front of the building or the fueling outlets to come do their business. And nobody comes into a gas station. Unless you're in Texas or Midwest when you got stores that are 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 square feet. Nobody comes into a gas station in Northern California to say, hey, you know what? I'm going to go do my shopping and go buy my Snicker bars from that station. It's all impulse sales. I'm there to provide gasoline sales. And when someone comes and pumps gasoline, he's going to say, you know what? I'm thirsty. I'm going to grab a bottle of water or grab a snack. Nobody makes planned trips to come to a gas station to shopping because when you come to a convenience store like us, we are not the prices like a supermarket. We're going to charge you more because it's convenient to come in and out. So people don't come to do shopping at a C-store. I mean, please ask that question to yourself. How many times do you go in there and say, hey, I'm going to go buy my bread or go buy my milk from this store? Regarding there was a lot of questions about the contamination issues here and there. I just finished a lawsuit last week, and I'm waiting for the judgment, depending on how you could clean a site up. I took, from my experience, the best remedy of cleanup is over-excavation. Take the darn soil out, because if you take the contamination out, that is the best way to clean it than putting machinery after machinery and putting piping that could take forever and drain state funds, not all funds are paid through the state. So I took it on my notion to over-excavate the site, to take the contamination off the lot. Now, this is something that I would have never done. I would have just let this property sit there and just milk the state money and never get the site clean. I'm taking a notion of getting the site clean, trying to renovate the site. People were talking about, hey, it's all these big companies are coming in. Well, I don't see God making more land in Fairfax. I see that there's limited space in Fairfax. There's a station that I have that is closed, and I have fenced the property. And if you check the records with the police department in May or April, there was a drunk driver that went right through the property, hit one of the old dispensers, and got an accident. Well, maybe that's part of it is because it's dark, it's fenced, and it looks, raising no revenue to the town. So I'm trying to do everything I can in my powers to obey and follow the rules and regulations. And I have a question that I have an answer to one of your questions. When you say, what happens if the town of Fairfax wants to take that easement of those 3 parking spots? I'll put it in writing. I'll knock down the building to a square footage for that 3 parking spots. So if you do take the parking off, the store has to go down 1,000 square feet. But ask yourself, this easement's been there since how long? It's been there for all these many years. It wasn't always a gas station. I think the easement went in the 50s. So I'm here to cooperate as much as I can. So if you guys do eventually want to spend all this money in redirecting traffic, okay, Arash, this is what we granted you approval on 10 parking spots. Now you have 7. Okay, now you have to lose 400 square feet. I'll demo the building for you guys and redo the building to accommodate. So I'm here to jump over hurdles to satisfy the town, to satisfy the people. And I know it's a given fact that once the station's open and it's priced competitively, and you see the difference between additive fuels of people might not want to hear what they want to hear, but the information was given to you, the bread was in the pudding, that branded gasoline is polluting the air less than these independents. These independents, how people might hate Chevron or these big oil companies, you're supporting them. Where do you think? I mean, they're getting their gasoline from Chevron refinery. If people are saying no, I'm just a front man for Chevron, and pick a brand. I mean, I'll make it that easy. You want 76? We'll put 76. It just cannot survive as an independent. That is the reason why the Rhino is for sale. That is the reason why people have to work on high margins. Now, I made it very, in my comments to Mr. Toy and Mr. Moore, the prices have come down. Absolutely. Because there's an application and there's a conflict of what's going on. But I promise you, once this application is denied, the price is going back to the roof. And how many people, I ask this question, do you support the town? This town is not supporting it. The business is leaving, instead of staying in town of Fairfax, it's leaving this town and pumping somewhere else. And regarding the extra mile, I'll even make it more. People are saying it's going to be a franchise into a franchise, like Burger King. We're talking 1,000 square feet of sellable item. For a convenience store, 1,000 square feet is considered small. It's small. No franchise will accept this. People said they didn't want a franchise in it. I said, fine, we will not have branded coffee. I'll buy coffee locally if they want to sell it to me, or I'll buy it from somewhere else. So I am trying to make things work, and I look at I went today to the Good Earth store. I know that's a very popular store in Fairfax. Well, I went in. Well, they sell soda pops, they sell candy bars, they sell energy bars, and I don't see them putting the deli who makes sandwiches out of business. I didn't see that. I mean, the whole notion of Arash is coming in and put people out. No, this is competition. Competition is good. You don't want a monopoly. I mean, this is America. You want competition. So that's really my comments, concerns that I had, and I just want to basically throw that out to you all. And I'm here to answer any questions. Like I said, I'm here to cooperate. I'm not here to pick a fight or get a. But it's a little frustrating on my part after all these coming back, asking this many set of questions, and it's typically not common in other. But I understand, and I didn't say no, I don't want to answer. I basically opened my hand and said, here's all the information. I'm not holding anything back. And one traffic study after another, after another, after another, after another. I understand I brought a team here. They're not working pro bono. So every time you ask me to come back, or revising it, I'm dipping into my pocket, and for the good, because I see potential here, and there's value here, and like I said, if that person did not pass away, this station would still be open. And I'm really here to hope to get your blessing, and like I said, my brother was very adamant, but it is. I mean, it is intimidating having this many people come at you. I'm getting phone calls, hey, you want to do this? You want to do that? I mean, you know, and a lot of things on Facebook are completely wazoo. I stopped responding to the Facebook. But so I pass on to you. And also, here, I'll make another offer to the town of Fairfax. These people are very, I mean, they made a nice group and, you know, they're all against it. Okay, write a check. I will sell this property for $650,000. Write me a check and I'll get out. And they could, and some people ask they want to put a dog park or to put meditation. Go ahead, but talk is cheap. The question I have is, what do you want this property to be? Because if it's this difficult to go in, it's very difficult for a business person to come in and try to do anything in this town. Look at the property adjacent to me. I mean, it's a junkyard. The people are selling flea market items. That isn't, I mean, you look at the valuation of these properties in the town of Fairfax, what they're valued for, and what kind of revenue they're generating is night and day. I don't think anybody will run their business that way, or run their valuation, or sell their properties, you know, at this level. But anyway, I kind of went on and on and on, and but I'm just basically throwing everything out there and pass it on to.
Okay, let me see.
Commissioners.
Folks in the back, please. Questions?
Thank you for continuing to make changes to
Sure.
try to make this work. And also, I appreciate what you said, that I think you said that you'd be willing to knock down the square footage of the store so you could make extra parking rather than using that right away. I think that's something that is a good thing to have thrown out. We appreciate that.
Well,
If you take back the, and I'm sorry, Commissioner Cole, I forgot to mention one last thing, which is kind of critical. It is very, I even had Chevron approve a bobtail. It's one of the smaller truck and trailers. Instead of having a truck and trailer, it's just one. And so to make traffic less, to have the turn rate a lot easier. So those are things that, typical oil company do not do. A typical oil company do not say, hey, you can't have any signage. And the signage that we're requiring is just like Ron said, regarding what the state of California requires. But I apologize, please.
So I have a question about the remediation.
Yes.
I spoke to the water board project manager, and the remediation report was due the 20th of December. It still has not been submitted, and he indicated to me that I'm not really sure who's doing the cleanup. It's the David Sherburne Revocable Trust. I don't know that relationship,
Sure.
but that hasn't been submitted, so there's a lot of, unanswered questions that if that report had been submitted and he had an opportunity to review it, it would be, we would have more certainty about the potential cleanup at the site. So,
Would you like me to answer that?
yeah, I'm just wondering
Sure.
when you plan to submit
Well,
that
it's
report.
not me. It's not me.
Okay.
When the contamination occurred, whatever the X date it was, the state assigns a claim, and the claim is assigned to the person who caused the occurrence, or the person who owns the property. So that Sheldon,
It's David Sherburne Revocable Trust.
is the person who has the claim open with the state of California.
Okay.
Now, when I bought the property, the claim, the state will, as we talked last time, the state pays up to $1.5 million on approved projects, what the state approves. Just because they approve 1.5 doesn't mean they're going to just give you a blank check. The claim is open with them. We are in the process of processing the claim, having the claim transferred to my name because I am the new property owner. But the cleanup work that it was done was based on that person's ownership because the fund has not transferred to my name. But I am the one overseeing it, telling them that I want over excavation. There's a lot of additional billing that I have paid to make sure the site gets cleaner that state will not pay. I had the piping, everything removed underneath the soil because my intention is to rebuild this gas station.
So you are the entity that's conducting the cleanup using Pangea Group, is that correct? Or are you the entity that's
not currently?
Who is submitting this remediation report that's late?
It's Pangea Environmental Group.
Okay, but so they're not doing it on their own? Somebody is?
They're doing it on base of the claimant name, which is the
Sherburne Trust.
Exactly, sure, and they're a trust. And then that claim is in the process of getting transferred over to my name. But
okay,
as you know, with the state, it just takes time.
Do you know when the report will be submitted?
I saw an email with the Water Resource Board yesterday, the day before, that the report should be submitted in the next couple weeks. But I have no control of that between the Water Resource and the environmental company.
So you can understand that because that report hasn't been submitted, there still are unanswered questions, and that's a little concerning. It would be nice to have had that submitted, have it reviewed, understand that everything's been done or that there's still some remaining work that needs to be done.
And I could go into more in detail of that. Just because an environmental company comes out and does, it's not like whatever he pleases. So he or she, the state of California is overseeing the project. So they submit a proposal of if we're going to over excavate this area or we're going to put ozone barriers or whatever method they have. The state approves it. So the state approved the methodology of over excavation of the areas. So that was done with the state overseeing it. I'm really, like I said, I am not a geologist. I am not an engineer. but from past experience and past sites, when I got involved, I said I want this site to be over-excavated because the site will get closure, the site will get clean a lot faster by removing the soil off the ground than just letting it sit there and just have machinery do soil samples or just having the natural time have it heal. And my whole notion was I wanted the contamination removed immediately because for me to go redevelop the property, if I go into the fire department or any other issue, it has to. Right, correct. And one thing that Ron was saying that the excavation, you guys, the town has already granted the permit, and we over excavated the area, so the town was already.
Yeah, but the town isn't going to be approving the cleanup. That would be the water board. So it
Exactly.
sounds like the report will be submitted soon, and hopefully there'll be no additional work needed. But that was just a question I had. So
Sure.
thank you very much.
Sure.
And by the way, I do frequent North Bay Gas.
Okay.
Not all the time, but I have been going there for probably the last year, and their prices have been low for about the last year.
Well, if you like.
But I don't think it's. I think rather than debating that, I think we should move on. To
No,
other
I understand.
questions.
But if you like, there's a fee concession. I don't mind doing it if you like. There's a Lumberg report that basically goes around, checks prices in areas throughout the whole United States. If you like, I could get a Lumberg report, not from 3 months ago, going back last year, showing what the prices in Fairfax were, what prices were in San Rafael, San Anselmo, or Larkspur. That will tell you one issue. And second notion is they're not pumping any fuel. I mean, when they're not pumping any fuel, or very minimum fuel, well, you kind of put one and one together. But that's just my 2 cents. Sure.
Yes, John.
Yes, I'm wondering if you can clarify my earlier question about where the tanks are. I mean, I know the filler spouts are up towards the western end of the property, but
The tanks, Ron, you could give me a better understanding, but the tanks sit currently, the tanks are double wall, so they are up to code. I'm actually keeping them in compliance, but they have been there since when the tanks were replaced, and they do not fall in under the easement. That falls under.
You're gonna have to.
Go, Ron. They're exactly where the drop tubes are, the fill tubes are.
And when were they replaced? Sorry.
I can't tell you when they were replaced, but there was a requirement in 1998 that everything had to be double wall. So when the previous owner put the new tanks in, the tanks are in compliance. The contamination that we're talking about is from the previous tanks. And if I do rebuild the station, I have to meet all the regulations. Those tanks will be tested and meet up to code. If it doesn't, then they'll come out and new tanks will be dropped. But as of right now, with the compliance through the Coupa and Marin County, the tanks are in compliance.
and where are they located on the property?
If you look on, forgive me for interrupting. If you look on the top site plan, it's actually on the west side of the site, the opposite end of the drive aisles.
Yeah, I mean, it appears that's where the fillers are, but
No, it actually says underground fuel storage tanks.
Yep. Okay, I'm just trying to verify that that's correct because.
That is accurate. The site
Yeah,
plan is accurate.
in '98 when they were pulled up, it
Whenever
appeared
they
that they
were.
were down on the other end of the property.
Correct. I can't tell you when they were installed, but I mean, I'm pretty sure that we could pull that information from Coupa or Marin County, but they are up to code. I am keeping the site in compliance, and I am paying the permits to keep it open because they're in good shape.
Okay,
Other
thank you.
questions? Larry?
Yeah. You know, it's pretty hard not to listen to you and your brother and, you know, not sort of feel for you. And I just want to say, you know, it's the hearing and all the processes and procedures that you're going through. It's about the application. It's not about the applicant. So I just want to make that distinction for us.
I appreciate that.
Okay? Are you serious about offering to sell the station to the town?
Absolutely. $650,000. That's the number that I mentioned to you 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago, and it's the same number as it is. Like I said, I am not I'm not a good politician. I am not a good poker player. I just tell you it is, and hopefully people like that or don't like that. But yeah, I mean, absolutely.
What was the purchase price of the property?
The purchase price was $250,000, not including the environmental cost that I have hit with all this 2 years of cost that I have incurred in. So.
No, it's your property.
Yes.
And it's, no matter what happens here, it's still going to be your property.
Sure.
So.
Yes. I paid property taxes valued at $750,000. That's what the valuation of the property is, and that's what I'm paying in property taxes. So I'm trying to get that number reduced with Marin County Assessor's Office, but I'm having a hard time relaying that, for them to understand that message. They said it doesn't matter what you pay for, what the property is valued at, and I mentioned about the contamination issue here and there, but that's another battle for another day, I guess. But absolutely, I'm a business person. One thing I want to be very adamant and clear is I am not coming in here to spend probably a little over 7 figures to renovate the site, to put a new station here, just to say, hey guys, I have a station in Fairfax. Come and look at what I have done. I'm not a nonprofit. I'm here to make a profit. So there is value, there is business here that is leaving town. I have a station in San Rafael. People from a lot of consumers from here. I actually have one yesterday came by and said, hey, I don't have to come to San Rafael anymore buy my gas. It's clearly happening. That is the fact. And it's unfortunate, or maybe unfortunate, if the station didn't go into foreclosure, how long has the station been operational since then? Since the 40s, 50s. It was a Chevron station for the majority of the years since I was a kid. I coached him at San Domenico for 9 years, and I used to get my fuel there when I was not in the gas station business. So, it's just...
we have the photos to prove it.
Yes, I see that. Absolutely.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Sure.
Other questions of the applicant? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, team. You want to take a little break? All right. All right, let's take 10 minutes, no more. Okay, let's go back on let's call the public hearing back into session. Before we take your points, the town attorney would like a few moments to discuss some CEQA issues.
I just wanted to add a couple of things into our discussion earlier about the exemptions, categorical exemptions. Sorry. Is that better? Okay. So I just wanted to add a few things into our discussion about the categorical exemptions. And so staff had previously determined that it was exempt under existing facilities. And we took a new look at that and agreed with that. And we also added in 2 other exemptions, replacement or reconstruction. It's 15302, and that's mentioned in the staff report. And that is replacement or reconstruction of existing structures and facilities where the new structure will be located on the same site as the structure replaced and will have substantially the same purpose and capacity. And then also 15303, new construction or conversion of smaller structures where only minor modifications are made in the exterior of the structure. So you can have as many exemptions as you want. So we added in 2 more in addition to the existing facilities exemption to strengthen the categorical exemption determination. And so I just wanted to be able to clarify that a little bit, okay?
Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, at this point, could you shut off the heat? It's loud. Sir, might I ask everybody, after you're all done speaking, we're going to have to deliberate on this. If you, again, if you wish to tell us what you told us last time, that would be okay. But just keep in mind that everything that was said last time is in the record and will be considered in our deliberations. And also, if there's anybody in the audience who hears something that somebody else said, it's okay to say, and I agree with that. And with that, please.
Good evening, members of the council members. I would like to touch upon something that was said previously as to the reason why we are selling our business, rather than financial difficulties as were spoken about. It is rather because of the health of my parents that we're selling the business. My father has trouble walking, and my mother has was diagnosed with breast cancer and etc. So those are the real reasons why we're selling the business, because we're uncertain. We are all uncertain of their future. Secondly, when Mr. Selke touched upon as to that we contacted his father in regards to the gas station being up for sale, etc. Through an acquaintance of ours, we found out that there was this gentleman that was in the gas station business, and my mom spoke with him shortly and asked him whether or not they knew of anybody that would be potentially interested in the gas station. Regards this about a year and a half ago. His response was he did not know anybody, etc. That was the end of the conversation. But rather, like 2 or 3 days later, we got a phone call from our landlord, the owner of our property, saying that somebody had contacted him in regards to buying our business or buying his land, therefore not putting us out of business, because then the landowner would sell the gas station and not comply with the lease. And that's the way it goes. And those are my statements, and I just want to clear those 2 points up. Any questions?
Send our best to your parents.
Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, council members, staff, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Valerie O'Donnell. I'm an architect. I'm also a project manager. I came here tonight to strenuously object to the building of the Chevron station. In my professional opinion, it is not in compliance with the general plan. 2 gas stations are more than sufficient for a town of 7,500 people. We need to support our businesses. So that's what I came here to say, but now that I have the podium and your attention, I have a strange accent. It means I'm an immigrant. I know what it's like to struggle. I don't see any goodies or baddies in this room. I see a bunch of people who are trying their level best to do the right thing. Saturday was a very important day for me. It was my niece's 11th birthday and her swim. I left home in a great panic because I was running late and I didn't check the gas tank. I normally shop locally here at Rhino, but I found myself in San Rafael somewhere, I think in Northgate, and ironically it turned out to be a Chevron station. I filled up the tank fully, got into the car with a sigh of relief, turned on the ignition, and it said, "Stop, stop, stop, engine, stop, C manual." I have a Volkswagen Passat which I keep in very good condition. So I was in a quandary. My niece's meet was in Pacifica, and I was in San Rafael. So my quandary was whether to go into the Chevron station and try and get them to fix it, or to drive back to Fairfax to Rhino. I chose to drive back to Fairfax to Rhino. For $12, Mr. Rhino filled my coolant, changed my windscreen water, checked all the other fluids, checked my tire pressure, turned on the ignition. The stoplight was gone, and for that he charged me the pricely sum of $12. That's why we need to support our local businesses.
you're doing that, do you mind if we do a little housekeeping here? Great. Council members, as you know, once we cross the threshold of 10 o'clock, we have to decide what we're doing. So let's take a moment here while she's setting up to decide what we're going to do. We have 6, 13 carried over, and 16 and 17. I certainly would say that 17 is critical. Any other thoughts on this?
Which are the other items?
6 and 13 were carried over from consent, and we have 16 and 17 to do after this, with 17 being critical.
About 16, Garrett, do we need to sign off on anything urgently on that? On the bike plan?
Actually, I know one of the representatives for I think the homeowners association is actually here, but I think she'd be willing just to come back in February.
Yes.
I'm the representative from the homeowners association, and if you tell me over, it would be okay.
All right. Enjoy your evening. All right. With that, 6 and 13. John, on 13, was there some big thing that we would have a lot of conversation about, or?
Well, the fire board alternate was changing on that. I mean,
it was.
Yeah. I mean, you were listed Barbara instead of Larry. I mean,
Yeah, I am the alternate.
You're really the alternate?
I was assigned as the alternate when we did this a few months ago.
I don't think so, but
Okay.
we could put that over.
Put it over to February?
Yeah.
Okay. Assuming John and I make the next meeting. All right, then. We will, Garrett, take 6 and 13 and 16 and put them off to February 5th, and we will get the smart meter matter, which should take a nanosecond when this is over. Is a nanosecond too long?
I don't think it'll take much longer.
I thought a nanosecond. Yeah. All right. With that, thank you for your indulgence.
I'm Jennifer Hammond. I live at 9 Iron Springs Road in Fairfax. I did give public comment last time, but I have some new information that I'd like to provide the council. First of all, thank you, Mr. Mayor, council, everybody on the council, for all your hard work and attention to this very important matter. It's all appreciated so much, and the thorough reports from staff were also very much appreciated. So I just wanted to note that I gave Michelle a new revised petition with more signatures. So that will be presented in the record. So now we're up to almost 800 between the change.org electronic petition and the hard copy petitions. I also submitted a letter today, which you may have received from Michelle just a few minutes ago, that I submitted by email about 4 o'clock, so it didn't quite make the package, which has all the information that I'm going to be giving right now. So my main point tonight is I want to address the decision at the last meeting to evaluate this application based on the highway commercial code rather than the central commercial code for the zoning purpose. I really understand the confusion between that this is presented, since the current ordinance is in conflict with the general plan's zoning policy. I did a little research, and I talked to a urban planner expert and a land use lawyer who they're very well versed in this matter, and they both agreed that the general plan is really the constitution of the town. It trumps everything else. So even if there is an ordinance that does not follow the general plan, that ordinance should not be followed. It should be the general plan. And I have 2 documents attached to that letter that support that contention. So the fact that the zoning ordinances, so basically, this application should be considered under the central commercial code, which triggers the formula business requirement. And clearly, when you look at the criteria required for a formula business, it's not sufficient. So I ask you to please review the attachments. One of the attachments is from the California State Planning Department, which in black and white says that if a project conflicts with the zoning in the general plan, it must be rejected. So please pay close attention to that. I've also attached a California case called Lesher versus Walnut Creek that addresses the importance of the general plan in zoning types of cases. I'd also like to address the CEQA exemption. I know that they've added a couple more exemptions, but clearly the existing facilities exemption does not apply to this site because there's more than just a negligible expansion of the site. It's going to be a retail store. So, okay. Thank you so much, and so much for your service. Thanks.
Evening, Mark.
Mark Squire, Free Stick Avenue in Fairfax. I wanted to address the 24-foot easement a little bit, which I spoke to at the last meeting a bit, but I feel like I've sort of slowly been learning more about this. And, just for clarity, because I think I've heard it mentioned, Jim mentioned it as a continuance of an easement, but I think I'm understanding that it's you guys are actually granting a brand new easement for this 24-foot section of property. In that the first easement was a much smaller piece. So the way I look at it, I know you guys see yourself as doing the best for the town, all of you. And so to me, isn't the question before you, like, what is the best use for the town for this 24-foot piece? And, I've been on the Chamber of Commerce board for a while and, been in a conversation a little bit about the general plan early on. And it seems to me like one of the things that came up over and over in those conversations was, we need green spaces downtown. And, Morgan Hall was actually looking at, creating little mini parks and stuff like that. So to my mind, it's like, tonight, I have not heard any adequate explanation for why you would give a piece of property downtown away in this fashion, regardless of whether we make a Bank Street cut through or not. But why would we give this property away at this juncture and not plant trees in it, put some park benches in it, or make it more of a green space for the community? So that's just my question. I still haven't heard a sufficient answer to that question tonight. Thank you.
Hi, Mallory Geithheim, Willow Avenue. I have a few different questions, of course. So, for Mr. Parisi, when you did this traffic report in January with a very low amount of traffic going into our town, I think that's when it was for the month of January. So I want to know if there's a difference in what the difference between traffic in the summer, people coming from the beach, and traffic in the cold of January for a month would be, percentage-wise, because I think that's important to, I've been here in the 70s when nobody made any complaints, I heard that before, about traffic impact, when there was the original Chevron station. And there were, Fairfax in the 70s, nobody complained about anything. But they were all too high. And so now it's a different story. But then cars were backed up in the summer onto Sir Francis Drake in the height of the season when people were coming back from the beach. And I am pretty positive it will happen again. And people are going to be probably more backed up because they didn't have a mini-mart then. So I think that needs to be taken into consideration. And I also want to know, in terms of the mini-mart, how much the revenue is from the taxes, is from the mini-mart versus the revenue from the gas station, because I think that's going to impact our local businesses, depending on the answer. And people are building mini-marts now because they produce a lot of revenue. So the whole point is about revenue for our town. And I want to know if we absolutely need whatever revenue this generates, and what is the proportion of this revenue coming in to the mini-mart and coming into the Chevron station, minus the revenue that's going to be lost by the other gas stations and by Perry's and by the liquor store, because he's going to have liquor store and organic coffee and all this other stuff. And it's not to make anybody an enemy here, but if the bottom line is the dollar, and is it worth losing part of the soul of this town for whatever revenue this is going to be bring in? I think, I look around the town, kids are using a lot of places for skateboarding. This could be a nice place to do that. I personally would chip in if we want to buy it. I wouldn't go on record to say that. If there's enough people to do that here. And I'm done. Okay, thank you.
David.
Yeah. My name is David Glick, 297 Cascade. First, I really want to say I applaud all of you for being able to deal with the minutia of detail that I've listened to tonight. I think it's extraordinary, and I take my hat off to you. And I also appreciate how you've really bent over backwards. I have to acknowledge it sounds like you've been very cooperative, and I want to just say that. But there's always a but. And what I don't want to rehearse before you, because you've heard it all, the horrific environmental degradation and human rights that Chevron has visited on this earth. But I can't get away from the fact that we're talking about a Chevron station. And so I want to just say in the simplest way what I'm feeling about it. And it's sort of like a haiku. Chevron drills, and Chevron spills, and Chevron kills. And Mother Earth gasps, and Mother Earth weeps, and I say, and I think we say, not here, not in our town, not ever, not in Fairfax. That's all I want to say.
Hello. I'm Rachel Vaughan. I live on Redwood Road, and I'm sick, so I'm going to be brief and stick to the famous 4 findings. I'm not even going to belabor the point of the no special privileges, which is the first one. I think we've already covered that with the parking and the encroachment, which is so clearly a special privilege that I'm not even going to go there. Secondly, the public nuisance aspect. If the parking will encroach on public land, and if people and tankers will be turning on the sidewalk, and if we'll have, I think it was between 750 and 3,000 extra cars a day at least, turning Broadway and Bank into a freeway, it's obviously a public nuisance. So let me get to point 3, which is no violation of the master plan. So Jennifer was very clear on the master plan trumping anything else. Well, some people, Jennifer, they would say, let's be real here. People vote for all kinds of well-meaning, tree-hugging, hippie-ass ideas, which is really good. But when there's money on the table, perhaps we should get real and throw all that out. Because where are our principles? There's cash on the table. Is that what we're saying? Our master plan is based on principles of sustainability, alternative transport, and our desire to preserve the unique character of Fairfax. And thank you to Mr. Moore for elucidating the many points on the plan that this project very clearly violates. That was extremely instructive of you. So we have this great master plan, but here's Mr. Salke waving a whole stack of promised cash. And some people would say we should drop our principles right now, abandon our master plan, and take his money. And I want to know, is that really what we want to do? Because that seems to me to be the real issue here. Mr. Toy, do we really want to sell out our town and our principles for $100,000 a year of projected tax revenue? I know that it would be really good to have that money, and I know it would make your bottom line look really good, but I don't think we should do that. I think we should consider how much other revenue will be lost as the other businesses get undercut. I see many of the business owners here because they're worried. I want us to think about how much quality of life will be lost if our downtown turns into a huge intersection with thousands more cars a day going through it. And that brings me to the fourth point, which is public interest. This project brings nothing in the public interest. I've mentioned the deleterious effect on the other smaller independent businesses, but I'm really concerned about our downtown being turned into some massive intersection to serve, if not Chevron, then Mr. Salke's bank account. With all due respect, that's not in our interest as a town. The pollution of our ground and our water is not in our interest as a town, and nothing about this really is in our interest as a town. So I want to say to you that this could be another story of where a big man who's flush with oil money buys a small town, or we could be the town where it didn't happen. We could be the town that had a backbone. And my question to you is, will you help us be that town and vote no on this project? Thank you.
My name is Randy Engel. This is my wife, Sarah. I've been a homeowner in Fairfax for 18 years and a small business owner in Fairfax for 18 years. We have a small software company. Excuse me? It's called XE2 Software. It's in Fair and Selm Plaza. We used to be downtown on Mono Avenue. We've been here a long time. I'm not a great extemporaneous speaker, so I'm just going to read a few notes here. I can't address the legalities. I don't know enough particulars about it. I'm hearing this stuff tonight. That's just great. I'm glad that you guys are doing it. I'd like to speak to what I think is the spirit of this town. I've traveled a great deal in the last several years. I'm a 100,000-mile-a-year traveler. And I've seen a lot of towns that are covered with corporate signs. It's rare that I'm able to find a downtown that has a true soul. I think we all know that Fairfax is a true jewel in this regard. If we allow a single corporate entity to influence our town, I fear that this will set a precedent and others will follow on its tail, leading into the plain, tasteless, corporate branded town that I've seen too many of in my travels. Fairfax is not just our home, it is part of a larger extended family that nurtures us as we nurture it. Figuratively speaking, Fairfax is a breathing, living organism that requires care and tending. So many small towns across America have looked up 20 or 30 years later and see not the community they grew up in and raised their families in, but instead a corporate landscape indistinguishable from thousands of other towns in the U.S. where corporations form the backbone of the economy of those places. Our interest is in nurturing and maintaining the availability and accessibility of the local business owners who have a stake not only in their own business, but a stake in the overall health of the community as well. I don't know all that we as a town can do to prevent corporate influence, but I do know what happens when we allow it in and slowly divert our support from the local businesses. We are not here to dictate how it shall be, but to shine a light where our fellow community members may not necessarily see the undercurrents and possibilities before them. Thank you very much.
My name is Christopher Kenton. I'm at 364 Cascade. I've lived in Fairfax for 15 years, and I'm happy to say it's the first place I've ever called home. As many people have said, I have a tremendous amount of respect for the town council in weighing all the issues here. I've just been trying to understand it over the last 6 weeks and trying to wade through all of the complexities, all the different issues. I just can't imagine how much time you've had to put into understanding it. I'm trying to get through for me to what the real core issue is. And I've looked at the issues and I've weighed the issues in my own mind about Chevron, about gas stations, about the formulaic ordinance. And for me, it really comes down to the issues in the general plan. And with all due respect to the applicants, I think it's really bad form to be coming in and giving a lecture to the town council or to the town about understanding the economic viability of this town. There are many people in this room, and certainly everybody on this council, who is very intimate with all of the intricacies, all of the challenges, all the problems that we've dealt with for years in terms of trying to sustain the economic viability of this town and do so in a way that's true to our beliefs and our values. And I think that's reflected in the fact that we've sustained and grown Good Earth. We've got Fairfax Lumber here. We've got businesses here that have grown and have sustained along with the values of this community. In the same vein, with all due respect, I think the 2 years that you've spent in pursuing your own interest with regard to the profit that you can make from that gas station, which I respect. I'm a business owner. I have to make payroll every month, so I understand that. But at the same time, I think it pales in comparison to the many years, as I understand it, more than 10 years, and I'm sure thousands of hours that have gone into figuring out the general plan. And what I'd like to do just for a moment is read 2 paragraphs in the general plan. The first is a reflection of how that intersection is today. The Bolinas Broadway Klaus Sir Francis Drake intersection sometimes work adequately now, but it is confusing, inefficient, and prone to gridlock today. Examination of this complex intersection currently in the very center of downtown leads to an interesting solution. Simplifying this intersection, if possible, would save auto fuel pollution and land area taken up by asphalt. If the gas station property ever became available for other use, it would enable simplification of this intersection by rerouting, and it goes on in that vein. 2 paragraphs later, it addresses the biggest request of citizens and merchants for a pedestrian-oriented town center expanding down Bolinas Road and for a town center oriented toward the meeting of people and the enjoyment of the great weather and beautiful surroundings of Fairfax. Research has found that other communities have seen substantial benefit from the creation of pedestrian-only zones, with retail revenues increasing significantly in nearly every community. So my question is, and specifically with regard to something that Mr. Toy said, I understand the short-term pain and the need for the town to meet its obligations and the attraction of a 10% increase in tax revenue. But I think that also has to be held in balance with what is represented in this plan for a long-term vision of how we reorient the town around that pedestrian centered zone. And I think that the short-term pursuit of only looking at the short-term tax revenue without understanding what the long-term impact is, when we have a plan that is already in place and there is a process that I understand is continuing next month to consider how this may be realized. And I understand there's many questions about how viable this is, whether this is pie in the sky, but that's a process that's ongoing. And approving this now precludes many of the ideas that are here before we've had a chance to really consider them. So I would just like to put that forward. Thank you.
Mayor and council members, Frank Ager, 13 Meadowway. In the 60s, I ran a bread route here in Fairfax. I banked at the original Victorian Bank of America on Bank Street. I parked on Bank Street when I went to the bank, and then I ended my day. I would drive to Sir Francis Drake, straight down Bank Street, make a right turn, and head back to Santa Fe to the depot. There were 2 lanes northbound on Bank Street and 1 lane southbound off of Drake that went by the front of the then Chevron gas station. I gassed at Fred Ross's Chevron gas station for years. Bank was originally 7 feet narrower than it is now, but when the new bank was built, they widened the street 7 feet. The recent survey gives the owner of the site an additional 6 feet of land. That survey was based on a 1977 survey, which may or may not be correct. The sites, the applicants property should have all four corners staked, so we know exactly where the boundaries of the property are. The current chain link fence that is fencing off the property is also fencing off the public right-of-way. The portion where they want to put parking spaces to the east side, the public owns that, and it's fenced off right now. The deed from Elsie Frustick, and I knew Elsie well, that was given to Fairfax when she deeded the town the right-of-way, the extension of Bank Street to Sir Francis Drake. It was real clear, and this survey is in conflict with that deed. The actual right-of-way as it was used historically shows up in those photos that were distributed this evening by Councilmember Bragman. No encroachment has ever been given for any use of that land other than an encroachment for landscaping. No encroachment for parking, no encroachment for access on that portion of Bank Street. The formula ordinance originally covered all commercial zones with the exception of commercial recreation. It covered central commercial, highway commercial, limited commercial. The minutes from the 2002, I think there were at least 3 meetings when we adopted the formula ordinance. Those minutes should be provided to the town council. There were, I think, 1 meeting in July and 2 meetings in August. And I understand, I don't have those minutes with me tonight, but I understand that those minutes will say that the only land zoned recreation or commercial recreation is exempt from the formula ordinance. Everything else is included. This is really a land use issue, land use and public right-of-way issue, and I urge the council to reject this application. Thank you very much.
Hello, Jane Richardson Mack, 49 Madrone Road. I spoke last time saying I thought seeing a Chevron sign in downtown Fairfax would mean we'd sold our soul, and I still feel that way. I'm sorry for the applicant's expense and trouble and so forth and so on. I read through what there is to read on the website for the town council, and I found some things that I would like to briefly mention. Under public nuisance, it said indecent or offensive to the senses. I think a Chevron sign qualifies that in many people's opinion. It also says comfortable enjoyment of life and property by neighborhood in a considerable number of persons. I question what is a considerable number of people. Evidently there's a document with 800 signatures on it. How many signatures do you need from the people of Fairfax to stop this from happening? Because we'll give it to you. I don't think there would be any problem in finding that number. The tax business, I know we need money, but we're not for sale. You know, at least I don't think so, and we shouldn't be. This building does do nothing to preserve the community character of our neighborhood. It doesn't enhance it in any way whatsoever. It has nothing to do with any architectural style. It's blight, pure and simple. I'm sorry. No matter how you dial it up with cafe au lait or whatever you want to do, it's not going to do it. And the purpose, I would say the findings are not found. And the competition, yes, I know it's healthy to have competition, but this is definitely going to hurt the other businesses, the other gas stations, the coffee shops, the pizza place, grocery stores. I mean, there's just no way that it isn't going to impact the other businesses. I don't see how, it said $45,000 a month in sales will come from the mini market. This is not going to be new money. I don't think that the Chevron station is going to all of a sudden cause a flood of new money into Fairfax. We have X amount of people who live here, who spend X amount of money here on this, that, and what have you. Yes, maybe some more gas would be sold here. Some people might, if they could get their gas a penny or two cheaper, might do that. I would not be one of them, and a great many people will not buy gas there, just simply because there's so much bad feeling against this being here. And yeah, I don't understand how the staff is confident that there will be a 40 to 60% increase in revenue. I just don't see, where is this new money coming from? People already buy their groceries here. The mini market isn't going to produce any new money as far as things we eat and drink, as far as I can tell. Maybe the gas. And last but not least, at the very end, there was an arborist report that said that there are redwood trees, and 6 of them are in such bad shape that the roots are bad or whatever, they need to be taken down, and there's 1 that can be preserved. I would say, I believe the applicant paid that arborist. I bet you could find 5 arborists who live in Fairfax who would be happy to revisit that and perhaps find some other way to preserve our trees. They're very precious to us. I don't think anybody wants to see a redwood tree go down to put up a Chevron sign. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Wendy and I live in Fairfax. I don't know that I have anything new really to say at this point, but I really just want to say thank you for everybody's time and effort and money that's gone into this in all ways. And it's pretty clear to me that after this process, it seems like in the last 2 months that it's pretty clear that we've all kind of fallen more in love with Fairfax than we already were in love with it. And I'm impressed by everybody's words, and I agree with them. And I would oppose this gas station going in, whether it was Chevron, especially that it's Chevron, but I would oppose it if it was any other gas station. So I just want to make that clear. And it obviously clearly goes against all of our principles of our town and the general plan, and it doesn't need to be said over and over and over again. But after tonight, it's really clear to me that I don't see any benefit whatsoever, except that there's money being thrown around, and I have no interest in living in a town that's going to benefit from money in this way. And I don't know anybody around town people are still finding out about this. So we would have more signatures and more speakers than we already have. Every time I see somebody that I even don't know and say something, nobody is in support of this at all. And then the other issue about the signs being taken down, I'm not in favor of driving through town or walking through town and seeing Chevron signs or the convenience store signs. And yeah, that's great that they're going to be taken down off this convenience store, but to me that's just hiding what's really going on, and I don't see the point of doing that. So I just thank you, and I hope that we do the right thing here for everybody's sake.
Hi, everybody. So my name is Brandon Barber. Last time when we had a meeting around this, I spoke particularly about the issue of it being a Chevron station. I was interested to hear that Mr. Aliki had said that he doesn't care if it's Chevron or 76 or Exxon, whatever. So that's nice that you can shift horses like that. But it comes down to really, why do we want to have another gas station? I don't have a whole lot to add. One thing that's been very interesting to me is learning that he had started this process 2 years ago, and it's taken this long for it to become an issue that comes to the public knowledge. And I would say that that's something worth looking into after you reject this application, because it shouldn't take this long. And I can only think that the town management staff has been doing their job to say, how can we support the edifice that is the incorporation of Fairfax best? And a lot of that is reflected on a balance sheet. And that comes down to, well, how much money are we bringing in and how much money are we spending? And look, here's $100,000 a year extra. But nobody thought to question whether or not another gas station was going to be a public nuisance or offensive, as a Chevron station definitely would be. It would be very convenient for me as a local place to protest. So in that, it would be nice. But other than that, it would be an eyesore. And for all of the other reasons that people have put forward, the fabulous description of it being a terribly complicated and dangerous intersection, beyond what it already is, really brought it home. But please, let's look to the general plan. Let's look to that as our Constitution, and let's do better. Let's not be a town that follows the rest of the country by putting another Chevron station on the road to nowhere. And let's be who we all here agree we are. It's very exciting to be here, to be a part of this. I'm just sorry it's taken 2 years to get to this place. So let's do this tonight, and let's do better so we don't have to do it next time. Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Seth Goddard, 12 Marin Road. I'm also standing here in opposition to placing a gas station at this location. I do applaud the applicant for all the work and time that has been put in. It seems like this site really was not available for any other use because there was a toxic plume underneath it. So certainly that needed to be cleaned up, which brings me to the general plan. And it sounds like this idea goes against the object of the general plan. The goal of the general plan right now is to improve our downtown, to make it more pedestrian friendly, to make it a better place for us as Fairfaxians. And it clearly identifies this specific location as being a linchpin to a lot of other improvements. And it never had an opportunity to change from being a gas station. It was a gas station, and we seem to think that it must still be one. But our general plan is saying, no. Consider another use. And when there's a toxic plume underneath, it's very hard to consider another use. But that is gone, and I really appreciate that. Well, we think it's gone. This gentleman has put a lot of effort into helping us remediate that, and it's unfortunate that it's being done in this manner, but whatever, it got done. And so now let you please give us the opportunity to make this site something other than what it has been. There are many other options that will improve our town. What will the property values be like when our town improves? Will there be increased tax revenue from that? One would hope, right? So we have a general plan. Follow it through. But you've got to do it and stop it tonight. Let's finish this process. Let's not drag this gentleman through this again. Let's not drag us through this again. You have the legal reason to say, no, thank you. Appreciate your time, but no, not now. You have that legal reason. You have a general plan which gives you that. So take it. Do it. Please. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Norma Fragoso, 74 Mirna Avenue in Fairfax. I agree with everything everyone has said, and in order to not take too much more time, I'll keep my comments brief to 3 points. One, that in my professional capacity as a government worker, community development person, I also understand that the town has a legal mandate to conform to the new general plan in its review of any new project. I repeat myself on this one point because it is so critical, and I haven't seen that it is clear to everyone. In my opinion, I believe that the only findings the town could make, the town council could make this evening, are to deny the project based on so many grants of special privilege. Each of the criteria identified under the permit review process are very specifically a grant of special privilege. And the one that particularly bothers me is that this creates a diminished physical environment that does not enhance the community. Staff did a very good job of describing a public nuisance, which this could be considered, but really it's the degradation of the physical environment here that is so critical. Alternatively, if council decides you cannot deny this project today, then the only other option I think available is to put the project through an adequate and appropriate entitlement review process, starting over again with design review, with the Planning Commission, with a full set of plans and specifications that address the actual conditions, one being this is no longer a legal non-conforming use. There's talk about inconsistencies between the zoning ordinance and the plan. Even if this project is reviewed under the current zoning ordinance, the non-conforming use statute prohibits continuance of a non-conforming use after so much time of being abandoned. It should include, if there is to be another review, all relevant codes and standards and an appropriate public notice that clearly defines all the grants of special privilege that are being considered in order to shoehorn this modern day gas station into a 1920s era site. And with that, I'll end my comments since my time is up. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jolin, and I am a local student. I live in Cascade Drive. Sorry if what follows seems a bit harsh, but as it turns out, your children and I will be inheriting this world, and I'd like a say in how it will look. Legal or not, you must decline this application as community members and intelligent leaders. The town doesn't need additional revenue. We have good earth. Each of you owes it to my generation to deeply consider every long-term environmental and social impact that this project will have on our town. Yes, filling this parcel of land is important, but let's do it creatively. Recycling bins outside the storefront won't solve our nation's systematic tendency to favor big money and mega corporations. Blocking these corporations and using our imaginations to fill that parcel of land will. I urge you to continue to converse with the community. Make a decision that will allow you to look your children in the face afterwards. Because this has to do with our values as a community, and therefore it is a morally based question, it is a morally based question that you must make. You all know that this is about our morals, and you can feel it because you're human. This is a question of sticking with our community's values. When Fairfaxians think of Chevron, they think of shrewd cunning, of billions in profit, and of communities gone to waste in the Amazon. If we are going to talk about free markets and fairness, then we would require Chevron to internalize all of its externalities. We would demand that Chevron pays for its crimes against humanity. Why are you sitting in those chairs on that stage? Why, if not to represent what the people of this town want and need? Show the third graders at Manor and the sixth graders at White Hill, who have entire lives to live, that you stick to your core values and that you stick to the values the people of this town elected you upon. Show them that you care. Because can we really ever do enough when it comes to our kids? Thank you.
Tony Udis, 7 Forest Terrace in Fairfax. Once and then, this goes back to the Elsie Bank roadway project. Now, when we look at running a road through there, we're looking at making another road. And in the process of making another road, we're looking at 2 new stoplights in town, one at Broadway and New Bank, and one at Bank and Sir Francis Drake. And we're also looking at closing the road that goes from Kloss directly across to Broadway in this plan. So I'm looking at this, and I have concerns that we're actually being manipulated out here to gain support on this project. And I think this evening, this is what's really going on. This project should be voted on. This should be allowed for the people to vote on. And if you're so clear about the fact that we want this in our community, why don't you let us vote on it? Because this is about changing our whole downtown. It's about closing the 2 blocks of downtown. And it's about rerouting traffic through different neighborhoods. And it's encouraging more congestion in our community. And this is something in which I think this has been done and shrouded in a lot of secrecy and a lot of, not very clear. And so a thing like this really should be voted on before we decide to change our town, because it affects everybody in this town. And the idea of this gas station, I think about this. We're really the users of the gas. We're really the ones that are polluting. And I think about this about our electronic devices in which we use. We're microwaving everybody in this room with them, but it's convenient and we continue to use it. We're polluters, but yet we continues to use the things that pollute with. So it's really up to us individually to be looking at what we can do to stop polluting our planet and not look at our corporations, because they're not going to do anything about it. It's up to us.
Taylor wants 1 Marin Road, and I'm terrified of public speaking, so I'm going to do this. We're one of the most environmentally aware towns and counties in the country. We have numerous innovative initiatives to reduce cars and our carbon footprint, including non-motorized transportation program and electric vehicle charging stations. For us to be aware that a piece of public land used as an easement would allow toxins and contaminants to flow to the center of our town seems counterintuitive to our goals. I think that there is, in the overall goals, this isn't an economic benefit to our town. I think it's a health risk.
Good evening, Hannah Duress, Porteous Avenue. Is that too loud? Sorry. Don't want to hurt anybody. I know you guys are working hard up there. So I agree with most of the statements that have been made tonight. I wanted to follow up on what Jolyn said, speaking about future generations as a mom. Jolyn, you may know, is an activist on climate change, and his remarks did not address that directly, but mine will. We are, as I think many of you know, because it is so deeply embedded in our general plan, which we have to remember we have a general plan and we need to use it and make our decisions on that basis. If you search climate change in the general plan, it just comes up and it comes up and it comes up. It's deeply embedded. Not only that, I know that I've personally volunteered to be part of the climate action plan for Fairfax for that process, and that is something that we are moving forward on as a priority. And there's a reason for that. Even the state is asking people in their general plans, please prioritize climate change. We see this as literally a coming storm that is going to completely transform our lives. We are a peninsula. We've got, all kinds of really dramatic changes that can be happening for our community that will impact all of us. And if we want our children to be able to live here, really, we have to prioritize climate change. No policy is in a vacuum, and this policy has this reality embedded in it. Every day, new information comes out showing how severe the climate change impacts are going to be. It gets worse every day. There's new information in Nature. Anybody who looks it up can find just unbelievable amounts of information. So you've already made this plan. You've already focused on climate change. Keep up to date on those issues and think about those. When you think about adding a new gas station, how can we be trying to make an actionable climate change plan and make difference on climate change and add a gas station to our town? That makes no sense at all. That is like affirming and approving and supporting the very thing that is at the heart of climate change. And individuals cannot make change in a vacuum. We need institutions, and we need bravery, and we need corporations to do something different. And I invite business owners to do something different. And maybe it's not a great time to be a gas station owner. Maybe it's time to start transitioning to another business. We would really welcome that. So there were a couple other really quick points that I wanted to make. Just that I really think this is also a property values issue as a homeowner that concerns me that, when I go on a trip with my wife, we go through all these towns, and I always say, look, honey, we're in America, because every freaking town looks exactly the same. And Fairfax is beautiful, and it's just a glorious place to be, and we should not let that horrible fate happen here. The other thing that I wanted to say is that, one of the points was that, there have been there has been an encroachment of the public right-of-way that was originally granted in a previous time. I'll wrap it up real fast. That doesn't mean we have a blank check to continue giving that right-of-way for any purpose. That's something that that's in the past, and you have the opportunity to make a completely new decision based on your current zoning, and your current priorities. So please don't continue on that basis. I think the other thing that hasn't been adequately stated, is bicycles, pedestrians, children on their way to school. We really have to think about that in terms of the traffic. Thank you very much.
Jody Timms, 290 Cascade. I want to start also by thanking you all very much for the time and energy and commitment that you obviously express by your presence here tonight, and the integrity that it takes to handle this whole process. I also think it's really very unfortunate that Mr. Salke was not somehow better, made more aware of the Fairfax general plan 2 years ago when you bought the property. The plan had been approved at about that time in 2012, and if he could have had a better sense of the town he was looking at wanting to put this station in, and the kind of people who live here, I think he might have been redirected and not made the decision that he did to purchase that property. So many things in the general plan point in a direction completely different than another gas station in our downtown. We absolutely live in a world that is decreasing its use of gasoline-dependent automobiles. In time, more and more people are going to go less and less often to gas stations. I am the owner of a second electric car. For 6 years I've been driving electric cars. I don't go to gas stations. It's a really nice feeling. I encourage everybody to go there. Every night I go home, I plug in my car, just like I plug in my cell phone, and off I go the next morning. And I think that is the future of Fairfax. That is the future of the people who live here, and it's got to be the future of the planet. I am on the steering committee of 350 Marin, and like other people, many people in Fairfax, I'm incredibly concerned about climate change. It's what I spend a lot of my time on when I'm not working with seniors. And I think that all of us would much rather be creative and proactive than resistant and reactive. But we all also understand that no is as important a word as yes. And I think we have to say no to this project. It does not pass muster when it comes to the Fairfax general plan. I think I would really like to invite Mr. Salke, a la George Lucas, to think about donating this land to the town of Fairfax, to put a wonderful park there, to put a great park there or something, and a plaque for his generosity. And sounds like there's other folks who would contribute financially to that. I'd just love to see something like that happen rather than a gas station that I wouldn't go to because I don't need to. And really, hopefully, more and more of us will stop going to gas stations because we're going to give up our addiction to fossil fuels and gas stations, period. So thanks again for all your time.
I'm Peter from Klaus Drive in Fairfax, and I'm also on the 350 steering committee with Jody and her son Jolan. Very brief message. We've been working with 350 Bay Area, and we've been working closely with an activist community in Richmond and the most amazing mayor in America. And they are taking on Chevron, and they're standing up to them very effectively. And cities all across the country are watching them. And Richmond is very aware of what is going on in Fairfax right now. So I hope we can support the people of Richmond by doing the right thing. Thank you.
I just have to say, I didn't think it was possible to love Fairfax any more than I did. I'm a fairly recent resident. I'm across the street. Michelle Simonson, a little in on that. But I'm just so amazed at this place and the people who show up here, and with appreciation for everything that Mr. Salke has done, I would just hope that he would respect who we are. And oh, don't break my heart. I mean, really, don't have a chevron here, okay? Thank you. Bye.
Hi, Deborah London, live here at 232 Hillside Drive in Fairfax, and owner of Coffee Roastery. So, I'm not going to say everything over. Everybody made amazing comments. I agree with everything, all the eloquence. You know what to do. You have to support the four facts. If it looks like a duck, it's a duck. And, the right of way, there's a lot of issues this property has. I don't think you can approve this. And any brand, pick a brand. No brand. It can't happen, no matter what it is. We can't have it here. And, I just have to say we're experienced business people. We've been in the coffee business 35 years. We've opened 14 locations. We've developed condominium projects. We have developed other land. Sometimes it doesn't work out. So I guess I just would like to say kindly, cut bait and swim, my friends. Because, you have other stations. I'm sure you're making lots of money. I'm sure your accountant would welcome the write-off for all the fees that you've spent. And I was going to say the same thing. Donate the land. Donate the land to the town. I mean, that'll set your tax returns up for years to come. And so then the last thing I want to say is that I walked into the roastery one day on December 16th, and it's to a business card left by Mr. Sharkey's attorney. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, we did. We did speak. Okay, so yes, we spoke. And they asked if we would sell coffee to them for the station. And I thought, wow, really? Okay, we've been doing this 35 years, a lot of hard-earned. We've worked very hard and earned what little bit of financial security we had, a quarter at a time, 50 cents at a time, $1 at a time. So why in the world would any business owner want to attach their hard-earned reputation in a gas station situation? No. And at a certain point, Mr. Sharkey's attorney. I'm sorry, Salke.
Very easy, it's S-A.
Okay.
It's pronounced Foreman, you can pronounce Salke. Who's in charge here?
Yeah. At any rate, Mr. Salke. Okay. Whatever you say. And at any rate, Mr. Foreman, at a certain point in the conversation, felt necessary to tell me I was hostile. And before I could respond, he pretty much just mowed over me and hung up the phone. And I thought it was incredibly rude, frankly, to call me hostile when it seems that they're trying to reach into the pocket of every merchant in town here, trying hard to survive and working so hard. So I just was shocked, frankly, and felt like that needed to go on record too. I mean, I feel like they're going to go around to all, it just feels like another greenwashing tactic to approach all the merchants and offer to okay, I think I'm done.
I really feel it's such a disadvantage. My name is Joy, and I live on Augusta. on Dominga. I always call it Augusta. I feel it's such a disadvantage. at the level of detail that has to be looked at for something like this. I mean, I just don't have a way to wrap my head around it. I just want to read one quote. There are many ways of lying, but the most repugnant one is to speak the truth, all of the truth, while hiding the spirit of things.
Good evening. As many have said, thank you so much for being so attentive to all the details that this has brought. I think the one thing that hasn't been said clearly is that the Planning Commission made a mistake some time ago. I mean, I've just learned about the general plan and what it says, and let's admit that the Planning Commission should not have let this process go forward if the general plan said what it said. And just to reiterate, it sounds like time for the project to cut bait. And also, I'm happy to think about George Lucas and what he went through it in Lucas Valley. You know, the Planning Commission, after I think 10 years of his efforts, the decision was made to say no. And I think that's the place that you're in as well, if he doesn't make the decision himself to back out at this point. Thank you. I'm Mark Solomons. I live in Cannon Village.
Craig, did you speak on this prior?
I spoke in open time. I mentioned Chevron once. I spoke about corporate power.
Go ahead, hours.
I went home. I had some work to do. I was watching online. Democracy showed up. and I was so inspired I came back down, seriously. I heard so many of my people I know and people I've never met say things that spoke for the town. And I'm just wondering, picking up on all the creative thinking that the town's people have expressed, if we had an election, where would this come out? I mean, so far I haven't heard anyone from Fairfax come to the podium or in any other venue speak for the project. This is like a totally outside thing. And when I traveled the country and I came back to Fairfax, I cried a number of times because I was so glad to be back in a place where there was real food, where there weren't cookie cutter destinations along the highway that marked America. And Fairfax wants to step into the 21st century, not remain in the 20th. There are no more oil reserves out there. We've tapped into them. This is an old paradigm. My car, I hope it's the last one I ever have. Thank you very much. And thanks to the people of Fairfax for speaking in one voice, I think. Thanks.
I was just driving by and somebody ordered like pizza and coffee. Wasn't you? Maybe I've got the wrong place then. Well, I don't know what to say then. Sorry I'm late, guys. I did my best to get here, but I think it's all been said. I'm willing to make, if you'd like to donate the property, I'm willing to build a statue of you or anybody you like on the property.
You donate your property, I'll donate my property.
Could be a bait shop. I mean, basically what I want to say is just, there's this word I think about a lot called tikkun, which basically, it's about repairing the fabric of life, basically. And I mean, I've lived around here a long time. I grew up around here. I'm actually just visiting this planet. It's like, I didn't say it's like where I live, because it's like, I'm just visiting this planet. It's like Fairfax, whatever. But I've spent a lot of time sitting downtown, like after dropping my kids off to go to school or whatever, and just watching cars drive by with these little boxes with unhappy people that would really prefer to be almost anywhere else than where they are in a car driving along. And I also look at the pavement, and I look at like where the water flows and where the water used to flow, and what used to be there. And I see all of us fluttering around in these cars consuming every living shred of life that used to be there. It's like, what happened to, where's the water run? Where are the trees? Where's the soil? What are we doing to it? And I guess what I'm saying about tikkun or rebuilding the fabric is what, I'm not going to swear, I'm just not going to do it, I really want to. What the heck have we done to nature and this planet? I'm not going to swear, how are we living? And what are we living? What are we leaving behind? It's like, it's not good, it's not pretty, and it's not looking good. And do we really want to have more gas? Do we really want to have more chemicals? I mean, there's the chemical plume. Yeah, it's cleaned up. But what the heck can you grow there? Do you want to drink that water? Do you want to grow fruit trees there? What are we leaving for anything, children, and all that? We've reduced all of nature to dollar values for us. And we're giving no respect and no voice to any other living thing. And right now we've reduced it all to dollars, and we can't eat dollars. We can't eat like plumes under the soil. We can't eat our gas. We can't eat our cars. And what are our cars being made from? I mean, basically all I'm saying is like, what are we creating? What are we consuming? And what are we leaving behind? And if we don't change, it's kind of like, it's like game over, you know?
Mark Bell, 63 Dominga. I do have a question. Do you have a ballpark figure of what it costs to remediate the site? Who paid for it?
Yeah, the state paid for it under the Leaking Underground Storage Tank Fund. And, the applicant sort of has gone over with us exactly how much it costs, how much he's getting reimbursed, how much he might not get reimbursed, and all of those figures are sort of in the staff report as well.
Okay. And then the other, I guess the other point that's been touched on a couple times, I remember coming to a town council meeting when it was not a hot issue about, I don't know, 5-6 months ago, when the applicants showed up and mentioned that, there was something about a Chevron station. That was the first that I heard about it. That was like 6 or 7 months ago, if I recall correctly.
He came to council to discuss the parameters of the traffic impact study.
Okay.
As everybody would.
Okay. So, I think it's Craig, is like, really into like, that democracy is working and stuff. I think people really need to come to council meetings when it's not a hot button issue. People maybe need to, instead of going to town council meetings, maybe they need to go to the planning commission meetings, because it's not like they were hiding this project for 1.5 or 2 years. And, somewhere something got dropped. They've, had to jump through hoops to, do whatever. I feel really badly that has happened, because as the cell companies, as PG&E, and whether, scumbags have shown up here and we've shown them the door, and they've said, we'll be back, and we said, well, we'll be here waiting for you, and they don't come back. So I think if he had had an idea of like how the town feels about things in general, earlier, would have saved him a lot of grief. The site is cleaned up. I didn't know that it was getting reimbursed by the state. That's good. Hopefully he's not out of pocket too much. And, the other thing to consider is whether it's Chevron, Shell, or an independent, where's that gasoline coming from? None of it's clean. Thank you.
And with that, would you like to have a final word?
Mayor and Councilman, can I do a rebuttal or closing statement for 90 seconds? I'll make it very quick. I know it's been a long evening again. One thing I'd like to make, and I heard everyone's comments, there's 14,000 cars driving through this town. So I am looking to capture, when they were talking about other businesses, the two gas stations, if they're loyal, they're loyal. They can still go. I mean, I'm not putting a gun to anyone's head and say, please, I'm the only shop in town, you have to come to me. There's 14,000 cars. I'm trying to capture the other business, the new business that is going to other towns. The other thing I just want to mention is, before the meeting started, I had to go to 7-Eleven buy some water because I knew it was going to be a long night. And 7-Eleven, it's a branded, and I know I'm not trying to mix the issue, but people go there. If people don't go there, it won't be open for business. And 7-Eleven has a program with Citibank, so now you got two brands in one. Or I even talked to the Bank of America manager. People bank at Bank of America because people are going there. Maybe this group that are here, 100 people, are not for brands. Fine. But there's 5,800 registered voters in this town. Not everyone feels this way. If everyone felt this way, I would make it very clear to you, adamant, that I'm not going to just throw money out the window, like I mentioned, not to be redundant. There's business to be captured here. And Mr. Moore, you might have to refresh my memory because I think we've been having so many of these. I'm just kind of losing my mind a little bit. But I believe that when I first started the approach, and W-Trans was the traffic study that we hired, wasn't it the town council that approved the methodology of a gas station going in? So that's the part that I'm trying to refresh my memory, because even though we're talking about easements and signage and brands and here and there, but the methodology was approved to go as a gas station, and correct. And then so the whole intent was the council knew that whatever brand this was, I was trying to reopen this as a gas station, and it got approved unanimously. That's why I kept moving forward, having the requirements that we have to meet. So that's one thing I just want to make sure that gets on the record. And like I said, I'm here to cooperate. I'm not here to, but I think I have met all your requirements. The 4 conditions, I think the one condition is the parking, what the question mark is. But like I said, if the town does ever redo the streets on through Bank Street here and there, like I said, I will put a bond or whatever requirement that the town requires for me to demo the building to make sure that my parking fits to that criteria. So pretty much, I guess I'm all in hoping that I have met all your requirements. And if these people are not happy, well, they don't have to come to the stations. So thank you. If there's any questions, let me know. I'll be glad to answer.
Very much. Thank all of you very much. We're going to take 5 minutes, and then we'll come back. We're closing the public hearing, and then we will come back, and the council will deliberate on this issue.
Speaking of
Back on the record, we have closed the public hearing, and we'll bring the item back to council for discussion. Who would like to lead us off?
Could I just get a clarification from our traffic consultant? As far as the driveway issue is concerned, how I understand that the council asked for the traffic impact report to look at that. I don't think it was required by us to put it in or not put it in. I think what we asked, and I think it was me that asked, was to look to include that in the scope of the traffic impact report. So I'm just wondering if you could shed a little additional light on how that driveway came to be part of this project.
Yeah, I think you're right. The original project was first proposed to not have a driveway on Broadway at Bank. The traffic study, which was conducted in accordance with the scope of work that we approved, looked at what would happen without a driveway there. As we know, westbound traffic on Drake would have to make a left turn into the site from Drake. Right? And traffic doing that during peak times would be stalled there for 50 seconds or so, quite some time before they found a gap to turn into the station. That in turn would back up traffic on Drake and cause other impacts. So with that recognition, we asked the applicant if they'd like to somehow accommodate westbound traffic, with the suggestion that maybe they should consider potential driveway on Broadway across from me. The response was, yeah, we'll consider that. We'll look at that in the traffic study. And that was also something you had asked for to look at as well. The applicant is not required to put the driveway there. They could, not have a driveway there. But on the other hand, it would be very difficult to accommodate westbound traffic to the site without circulating back around. Or you would probably have to use traffic volumes in that case. It would be harder to access. Does that help?
Yes.
And may I add something for the record? I was not at the Planning Commission meeting when this was approved, so I want to correct something I said earlier about the town requesting the driveway be included. Let me rephrase that, while I wasn't at the meeting, I believe that the conditions of approval from the Planning Commission stipulated that the driveway would be a condition of approval.
I mean, I think the point is you have to fold that into the whole traffic impact and circulation impact of the project. So, thank you.
Yeah, and actually I wanted to see if we could add to the record. There has been almost no talk about bicycle commuting, and those are the major thoroughfares for commuting east-west, both on Drake and on Broadway. So as I mentioned last time, my concern about sightlines, and in standing there today and writing it back and forth, I was trying very hard to see how it could be deemed good or that they were safe sightlines in order to really even justify having that be a bike route. And also on Sir Francis Drake, as you're moving east, we've got it striped and then it ends prior to the driveway, but then we've got the right-hand turn lane. So if you've got a car or who's fueled at the gas station and exiting, and a bike who's trying to turn right on the right-hand turn lane, coming to the right there, you've got a direct conflict of interest going on between the bikers, and I see that on both sides. There's no real space or sight lines on that Broadway corridor, as far as I can tell, to make it safe passage for bikes. Did you have any comment on that, or?
Yeah, we did review with the applicant and the traffic engineer, bicycle and pedestrian circulation access along Drake and Broadway.
David, can you talk into the mic?
Yeah, we did look with the applicant at bicycle and pedestrian circulation both on Drake and on Broadway. Speaking for Sir Francis Drake initially, one of our concerns obviously was traffic backing out from those parking spaces that were previously proposed. We didn't think that was a good idea. Also, with the left turn, westbound left turn on Drake, if people made that left turn, we thought that could be advantageous or unsafe for the bicyclists right along Drake. Sightlines are fine, adequate along Drake. Looking at Broadway, we also recognize that Broadway Bay does have stop signs at 2 and 3 approaches. If there was a driveway at Broadway to the gas station, that would also have a stop sign. Sightlines also with the speeds on the street. Usually you look at how long it would take a motorist to stop their car after they recognize objects in the way. The speed limit is quite low on the street. The sight lines are more than adequate for motorists to recognize bicyclists on that roadway. So we didn't see that actually as an issue. There is one approach on Broadway that doesn't have a stop sign, right? That's the westbound approach as you're heading up to Delta. So other than that, there's stop sign controls for other approaches.
Other comment on this side of the dais? If not, we'll go to the other side. John?
I guess at the last minute, I brought up the pedestrian access along Broadway and just getting over to M&G's and stuff. And I guess with the sidewalk going around through the current parking area and then along Drake to get over to M&G's is the only that's being given as the solution for kids getting from the Little League over to M&G rather than crossing Broadway mid-block, which is where everybody asks for a crosswalk, but you can't put one because the sight lines aren't adequate. Oh, I'm sorry. It's to the west of the of this property. There's a parking lot on the other side of the bank that is adjacent to this. That is M&G's parking lot, as shared with that bank, and that gets a lot of kid traffic going back and forth across Broadway. And it's right at the crest of the hill, so it's on a curve, and it's a place where people ask for a crosswalk all the time, which is what I was basically driving at the last meeting, with trying to figure out how to get if there's another way to make that safe with this, and it appears not. I mean, because the building for this the Chevron station, or the potential Chevron station, is in the middle of that sidewalk trajectory. I don't know if I can call it a right of way, because it's obviously the building is built where the sidewalk would continue if they were going to get down to the intersection.
That's right, John. The building is right at the property line.
Right.
So if the existing building, so if a sidewalk was to be built, it would need to narrow the road up, right, by going into the public right of way.
Yeah.
Doing it there.
Well, there's not enough width there
Right.
for the problem, which is kind of what we're running into, is this right away. I mean, I should point out also that the pictures here, they show 3 lanes going in between Drake, and just for the benefit of the people in the room, and perhaps out watching this online, which is an interesting historical thing. It's definitely not 24 feet there. In terms of clarifying questions, I don't think I have more at this point.
Well, to go to what I understand is, to approve the project, we would have to they would have to meet all of the 4 findings. So I'm struggling with trying to look at that, and there are several that I would have difficulty making, but the one that jumps out is on the staff report is C. Approval of the use permit is not contrary to those objectives, goals, or standards pertinent to the particular case, and contained or set forth in any master plan, development plan, or other plan or policy officially adopted by the town. So if we look at the general plan, and I think Jim Moore did a very good job of talking about the ones that would apply, and I had found this on my own looking at this as well, I'm really struggling with the ability to say that we could say that the use permit is not contrary. In particular, the land use element, I'm not going to go through all of them, but talking about preserving the community neighborhood character, the village character of the town, the circulation element, which really has a number of different factors that really talk about this. I'm really struggling with that. And the conservation element, which really talks about energy conservation and climate, and integrating reduction of non-renewable energy and GHG emissions, and reducing consumption of non-renewable energy and GHG emissions. So that particular finding, I'm having significant difficulty with saying that I could make that finding. There are other findings that there's certain aspects that I still have difficulty with. But others, I could say part of that is fine, but the approval of the use permit shall not constitute any grant of special privilege and shall not contravene the doctrines of equality and equal treatment. In particular, the grant of special privilege and looking at the public right-of-way, and we're now talking about a much larger segment than was with the previous station, and also it's becoming an integral part of the operation of the station, should it be granted. And if we did not allow it, the encroachment permit, it looks like to me we would be causing a lot of circulation issues, a lot of potential safety hazards. So I'm struggling with that as well. That would be very difficult. And additionally, approval of the use permit will result in equal or better improvement of the premises than would otherwise be the case. I think the staff report made a good case for that part of the finding. But the part that concerns me and I'm struggling with is, and that the approval is in the best public interest and for the protection or enhancement of the community. If we're talking about the protection or enhancement of the community, I'm struggling with the ability to be able to make that finding. So that's just my thoughts. I'm sure there's better thoughts among the council, but that's, in looking at those 4 findings and really trying to say I could make them, I'm having a lot of difficulty with some of those.
I think I come at this from a different remove. We wear many hats up here, and certainly the hat of ensuring that the quality of life of the residents and the spirit of Fairfax and the town and the community that we've created for ourselves and are ongoing and reimagining is that we're able to ensure that as a council. And there's a great struggle to make sure that every decision is consistent with that. And that, in a sense, is the general plan, to be consistent with that vision that is reflective of the people, that was established by the people. On the other hand, like parents, we are responsible for the family budget. And 100-odd people showed up here this evening, and the last meeting, perhaps even more. And I was struck by the fact that a sexy item like this comes up, and it's high visibility, and it's beating up the evil oil companies, and they're all garbage, and they're all evil, and we come out and we beat them up. Fair enough. And I couldn't help but contrast with the fact that I've sat through 8 budget hearings. And at no time in any one of those meetings did more than, I don't think, 5 people show up. Generally, none. And I thought to myself, okay, so, you know, if we didn't support this project, we are facing the type of economic challenges that only crazy people who have created this cockamamie approach to governance would suffer. And yet, I don't see the community coming out, all right? Maybe we're not advertising it as well as we should. Maybe we should do a better job of that. But over the 8 years, I doubt that 50 or certainly not 100 people have showed up to these meetings. And, you know, Garrett took a few swipes for his comment earlier. We have not paid an increase in our fire service for a number of years. We had a healthy reserve, and the fire chief made, I think, a wise recommendation that we use those reserves because we were in the middle of the Great Recession, in which our property taxes were not going up at all. We got a little lucky lately. The Good Earth opened, doing fantastically. We received the great generosity of the community to raise the sales tax 0.5 cent. And if you add those two things together, the arc of our finances looks good. But we are short a police officer, and we have been for a number of years. We don't have a public works director, and there are consequences to that. And so I sit here and I see, and I look out on this sea of passion, and I wonder, where is that passion being translated into the arduous dullness but essential budgeting process? Where are we going to find the funds that probably would occur, more likely than not, occur from the opening of this facility? 2 years ago, almost exactly, the community voiced its opinion in one way or another, and Mr. and Mrs. Lesh decided that they would take their Terrapin Crossroads to San Rafael. Hundreds of thousands of dollars of taxes lost. Here is another one. The question is, there's only so many pots from which to find the money that we need to run the town, to keep it the way it is. Our own police force that I have come to cherish over the years that I didn't always do. The wonder of having, our own staff to do our work, to the fact that we don't share a planning department or anything, that we have the staff that we do that reflect our values. These things cost a darn lot of money, and the cost of them is going up and up. But we're not finding the revenue long stream to support that. I can tell you, however, that if we want to keep what we have and the small government that we have and the few workers that we have, it would only be found in increased taxes. We went out 5 years ago and we asked, and the community generously provided, another 5 years of the Alphabet City, Measure C, Measure I. And we'll have to come back. But we'd have to come back and ask more, because we have to pay for things of the life that we, and this is not even getting to what I think I can refer to all of us as wonderful liberals. We would love to do programs that are not just moving the train down the track, Jody. We would like to do more work for seniors. We would like to give more money to Focus. We would love to give more money away to do the things that reflect our values, and we can't do that. And so I look at this and I say, yeah, do I want a gas station in town? No, I don't want a gas station. Who wants a gas station in town? Do I want it to be a Chevron gas? No. Now I have a gas station being run by an evil corporation. I get all of that. But on the other side of the ledger, I'm just wondering, and will you be here in May and June on a Saturday morning to eat our bad bagels and cream cheese and talk about how do we do this? Proof of the pudding's in the tasting. And I'll hold you to it. You have a list of 100 or 200 people that you say I haven't looked on the Facebook thing, but you say you have a large list? Well, there's an email list. I expect to see a full room and a full conversation, because generally it's a very small conversation and it doesn't bring the essential values and creativity of our community to see how we will burrow out from the unique economic condition that we not only have created for ourselves, but have done so joyously. That's my comment for tonight. It's motion time.
Could I, before we do that?
Yeah, I think.
I've written my comments, so forgive me for reading them, but there's a lot going on with this project. And I want to say again, it's the application, not the applicant. You've got to really focus on the four corners of what's before us in the application. Because depending on how this goes, no matter which way it goes, Mr. Sulky or his family is going to own the property. So they have purchased a piece of property in Fairfax, and they're going to be business residents of Fairfax. And hopefully, I think this is a very valuable piece of property that you've purchased, and no matter how this comes out, I really am confident that it's going to be a winner for you. That's not to say it may go the way that you anticipated or expected, but I do think you've made a good purchase, and I just hope you can bear with us. But the way I look at it, the fact that the franchisee, the applicant, is a franchisee of Chevron provides an interesting backdrop to the item, and I appreciate the level of passion and interest and information that the hearing has brought out about that issue. But really, what our decision boils down to and what it reflects more is whether the town of Fairfax intends to uphold the integrity of our democratic decision-making process, and specifically the land use and planning principles that we adopted in our general plan. The general plan took 10 years to adopt. It involved scores of residents, hundreds of hours of volunteer time, and under the law, we can't ignore it. When we make land use decisions, we are obligated to follow the dictates of the general plan. And in the long run, I hope following that decision will spur a better project which enhances both the applicant's property and the long-term interests of our community. But in my opinion, as I go through the required findings, I'm not able to make all the findings that are required. First of all, the approval of the project shall not constitute a grant of special privilege. We had no notice given to the public that an encroachment permit was sought or being granted. There was no encroachment application submitted by the applicant. The town code requires an application for an encroachment of this magnitude. The plan calls for paving and marking of parking, so there is construction involved. And more importantly, if we approve the project and grant the applicant the right-of-way, I believe that we will really have painted ourselves in a corner, and we will essentially have surrendered the right-of-way. We will have created an equitable estoppel where we've promoted the applicant into further investing into a business which would be rendered non-conforming. It would create a lot of parking problems, a lot of circulation problems, and I just don't think that that right-of-way is going to come back to us once the concrete hits the ground. It's gone. So let's not kid ourselves. I think the lack of notice at the level of the Planning Commission hindered substantive consideration of the long-term impact on circulation and on the general plan. In fact, the encroachment permit was added as a finding to the Planning Commission finding. There was no notice to the public, no application to the town. Clearly, the granting of the right-of-way conflicts with the general plan, which the town is required to obey. The general plan is Fairfax's blueprint for the future, and the council is obligated to follow the dictates in making land use decisions. And granting a conditional use permit in this case would blatantly disregard the spirit and the letter of the general plan, and assure that the years of work that were put into it would be stillborn. The General Plan Implementation Committee hasn't even gotten to consider this, to consider the possibility, turning it into a right-of-way, turning it into a park. If we make a decision giving up this right-of-way, we've taken that away. We've negated the general plan. We've made a generational decision that's going to last for decades. And how do you do that? I have problems about giving away the right-of-way where I've got real questions what the dimensions of the right-of-way actually are. There's clearly a conflict between the description in the grant deed of where the right-of-way is located and what we've got on the survey marks. We've got about a 10-foot discrepancy. It sounds petty, but it's just yet another level of uncertainty that we would be rushing into to grant a conditional use permit in this case. The parking spaces don't fulfill the minimum required for square footage of the building. That seems to be a special privilege. The driveway, which we've discussed which I tried to discuss further with our traffic consultant, seems to violate a Fairfax Town Code, which prohibits a driveway within 30 feet of an intersection. Not only is it within 30 feet of the intersection, it is the intersection. It's prohibited under the Fairfax Town Code. Let me just see. I don't want to belabor the point. And I think, you know, David's points are well taken. It's going to have a financial impact. I'm not sure what the scale of the financial impact will be. I hope it's not a permanent one. I hope that the property owner will, Mr. Sulky, will understand you made a good investment by buying in Fairfax. Well, let's just see how it goes. It's a valuable property. I think you got a pretty good deal on it. You've done some good work on it by cleaning it up. But I just can't see really disregarding the general plan and all the other planning issues at this point. So those are my points for the findings that I'd like staff to draft.
Mayor? Well, if I may,
please.
I believed when we were going around before, we were asking questions. So I could speak to this if you'd like, and I can speak to what you were talking about also. I think a lot of the points that Larry just made are ones that I would share. You know, I think basically what it comes down to is this right-of-way thing. I mean, yes, there's special privilege in the use of that right-of-way, and I think with the circulation about turning and getting access to this site as a gas station, as this plan is currently proposed, really requires the use of that public right-of-way. And if we sign off on that, it really precludes the conversation that it's due to happen this year about the downtown plan, which is part of the general plan, which you know, talk about 10 years that it took on there. I know because I've spent 10 years working on it. I've got a lot of fingerprints on that general plan. So thanks for that little piece of applause. I don't know. It's taken a lot of effort by a lot of people, but I'm one of those people. You know, and the finer points of, the public nuisance and things like that. I mean, I have questions about the competition with other businesses, and whether they would actually be able to compete, without going out of business. That's a question. But I think also, David, you make some interesting and valid points in terms of we've got to pay, we got to balance the budget, things like that. I think that people genuinely want to get off of gasoline. We all realize that we are killing ourselves, we're killing the planet by continuing on this path. It's not sustainable, it's not healthy. And I share that vehemently myself. I try to ride my bike locally as much as I can and, keep it to that. But we're all stuck. I own a car. Just probably everybody in this room, just about, if not all, owns a car, and most of them run on gasoline. And it's a conundrum that we find all of ourselves in. I don't know that it would necessarily work for this site. It's been a long fantasy of mine to have a way for gasoline to be sold for a bit more than it usually gets sold for, and have the balance of that money go into alternative transportation things. One of the things I'm working on with Tam is bringing a dynamic rideshare thing, which there's a pilot program that's going to be starting in Fairfax and probably going to San Rafael to do that, which basically lowers the carbon footprint down to as much as 20% of what it would be for single people driving around in cars. So these types of things could be funded and helped by this sort of thing if people are willing to put their money where their mouth is and put their money towards something like that. It doesn't solve the right-of-way issue, which I think with making these 4 findings, I think I would also have trouble making many of those. And I think all of us don't have to re-articulate each one. I don't want to belabor it by repeating things that other people have said. But I would have trouble making these findings myself.
Would
So
you
I think I should.
Would you be willing to frame the motion?
Do you have something to add?
I think what we would need to do is direct staff to draft findings that reflect the conclusions we've come to through the hearing process.
Yes, I would appreciate it if you could give us direction to draft a resolution with findings, whichever way you're going to go, and bring it back to the next meeting for the formal approval.
Okay, well then my motion would be to direct staff to draft findings that the project does not meet the required findings under Fairfax Code Section 17.032.060 for the reasons we've discussed, to include the factual basis for concluding that the project does not meet Section A, that it shall not constitute a grant of special privilege and not contravene the doctrines of equity and equal treatment for the reasons that were spoken about, in particular how it conflicts with the general plan, et cetera, driveway, right-of-way, all those things. I don't know how folks feel about the public nuisance issue. I think a lot of the factual findings can be incorporated by reference as we go down the different sections. I think the parking issue may be a public nuisance. I think the location of the driveway in conflict with the town code may constitute a public nuisance. Section C, that the project that granting conditional use permit is contrary to the objective goals and standards set forth in the general plan, which Mr. Moore set forth in detail in his presentation to the council, the many sections in the general plan that this conflicts with. D, So the final finding, approval of the use permit will result in equal or better development of the premises that would otherwise be the case. I think we've got to look at the fact that the granting of the conditional use permit would negate public use of a right-of-way, which is central to the circulation and land use sections of the general plan. Certainly would not result in equal or better development of the premises, and I'm including the right-of-way portion of the premises. I think there's also been comment made by others in the public, broader comment about why there's facts that would substantiate that finding, and bring that back to us in some kind of a form that we could review for consideration. So that would be the motion.
Motion Bragman, do I have a
Second.
second? Second Reed, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Unanimous vote. Okay, thank you for coming. Have a nice, all right, let's reconvene. We have one more item, number 17. Larry, this is yours. Let's
Yeah,
take
that's
it.
my item, Mayor. And we first, amazingly, passed our first smart meter moratorium in 2010. It's been renewed twice, and we are done, legally we're precluded from renewing it again on a summary basis. So I drafted this ordinance. It calls for a 3-year ban on smart meters. It's got a sunset provision in 3 years. It's also got a bailout provision if research or PUC rulings come to bear on it and we need to revisit it. I don't want to delay. I just want to add for the record, Germany has rejected smart meters. State of Pennsylvania has rejected smart meters. State of Maine has found that smart meter installation has actually, instead of saving ratepayers, in the state of Maine projected $363 million, has cost ratepayers about $100 million. So just on a consumer financial level, smart meters have benefited the utilities. They have not saved any energy. And I think from my own perspective, the privacy and security aspects of wireless metering of our electric utility lines is a bad idea. It's an invitation for hacking, and we really should be encouraging the utilities to use fiber or cable to do this. And there's just a lot of other ways technically to deal with giving ratepayers more information to control their energy use and to conserve energy. So that all being said, I guess I would move, public comment?
Public comment, and I have one comment.
Okay.
All right, is there any public comment on this? Thank you. Council?
So I would like to add one thing to Section 1 of the ordinance. Section 1, the following language. Chapter 8.68 is hereby added to the municipal code of the town of Fairfax. That's Chapter 8.68 is hereby added to the municipal code of the town of Fairfax. We're placing it in Title 8, Health and
Which
Safety.
is health and safety?
Yes.
Okay. So we're chaptering it. We need to categorize the
Where
ordinance.
we're putting it in the code.
So that's what she's adding.
Comment from council on this, or can we go straight to the recommendations and the adoption, please.
What would be first reading?
First reading. Larry?
I would move introduction of ordinance 775, an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Fairfax prohibiting the installation of smart meters and related equipment within the Town of Fairfax along, under, over public streets and places for 3 years.
Have a second on that?
Second.
Bragman, Kohler, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Great.
Was that a unanimous vote?
Yes.
So that was introduction, and do I waive reading now?
Yeah, wait for the reading of the
Okay.
ordinance.
So, introduction being done, I would move to waive further reading of ordinance 775.
Have a second on that?
I'll second.
Okay, Bragman, Renee? All in favor?
Aye.
Great, unanimous.
Okay.
Okay, and with that, we adjourn this evening's 5.5 hour meeting. Thank you all.